Good morning and welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm going to ask Mr. Cummins to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. God, we thank you for a new day, and we thank you for loving and caring for us. We ask you to forgive us where we failed you. We ask you, to God, to lead us today, help us to make good decisions and have clear minds and calm nerves. And we just pray that today that you'll be glorified in what we do. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning these cases. At this point, I would like for each board member to introduce themselves, beginning to my right. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton. Mary Stewart.
And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Assistant Attorney General, Ms. Kristen Love.
All right, good morning.
I am
Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer for the hearings before the board today. I'll call up the first matter on the docket. Case number 2024-1064, involving the licensee Irma Magnuson. License number P-318978. Again, I'm Kristen Love, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this particular case to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton.
And that means Dr. Mary Stewart is serving as the alternate for today's panel. Now, will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee Irma Magnuson present?
Me.
And Ms. Magnuson, are you represented by an attorney?
I have my legal counsel here. He's actually my grandson.
Okay, good morning.
He's involved in law enforcement.
Okay,
I'm
Are
not
you-
an attorney.
you're not a licensed attorney?
I'm not a licensed attorney.
Okay.
I'll make sure we're clear on that.
Okay.
I'm here assisting her with counsel. She can, throughout this matter, it's been really touchy for her, being falsely accused of some things that she hasn't done, which we'll get to that, of course. And she is very passionate about her defense and can go, so try to help keep things in line.
Okay. Okay, grandson, what is your name for the
My
record?
name is Jesse Thomas.
Jesse Thomas, all right. Now, Mr. Thomas, you're not gonna be able to provide her any legal counsel. You understand that, right? All right, I don't know what, will you be giving testimony today? Will you testify?
It will be nice to give testimony if I'm allowed to and able. But if not, if this court doesn't allow, then of course I will be guiding her in her testimony.
All right. All right, all right, so I have some questions for you, Miss Magnuson. Can you state your name for the record so I can make sure I'm pronouncing it right?
Irma Magnuson.
Okay, I was. All right, so Miss Magnuson, you're not represented by an attorney. Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand you have the right to have this board issue subpoenas on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of that, you wish to proceed today without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
So now I want to identify the individuals that will give testimony today. So I think we have Mr. Jesse Thomas. Ms. Magnuson, are you going to testify on your behalf today?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Walker, do you have any witnesses?
Mr. Dwayne Jameson.
All right. Now the court reporter will swear you 3 witnesses in.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth shall be done?
I do.
And are there any preliminary matters, Mr. Walker? And if you want to address Mr. Thomas's proposed role this morning, you can also address that as well.
Yeah, well, can we start with proposed exhibits?
Sure.
Let's start with the B1 through B7. We'd like to introduce an evidence.
All right, and Ms. Magnuson, do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits B1 through B7 into the record for today's hearing?
No.
No, no objections? Okay. The board's exhibits B1 through B7 are admitted. Do you have any exhibits you want to have admitted, Ms. Magnuson?
Possibly, but not at this time.
Possibly, but not at this time.
All right. And Mr. Walker?
Yeah, so if he's not her attorney, he can't legally advise her or answer her advisor on testimony. It's practicing law without a license. He wants to testify on her behalf. I have no objection to that, but he cannot advise her on how to answer questions
All right.
and what to ask.
Do you understand that, Mr. Thomas?
I understand his objection.
Mm-hmm.
However, I, of course, do not agree
Mm-hmm.
with that objection, as I am not testifying or representing her in a legal. I believe it's very clear to the court and on record that I am not her legal counsel.
Mm-hmm.
So that has been established. Up to this point, this panel has allowed me to be here in the role that is understood. So of course, I disagree with
Mm-hmm.
the objection.
Yeah. So his objection is sustained to the extent that you would advise her on how to respond to questions or any cross-examination. It's just that, in the most technical sense, it more appears that you are indeed giving her legal advice in advising her how to respond in this matter, because she has these legal charges pending against her, and her responses are in response or in defense against those charges. So it's either she represents herself or she has an attorney represent her as she defends herself against these charges. But your role is sort of that consultant. Is just not gonna mesh well in this setting. So his objection is sustained. I think if there are times when you need when she needs a recess, she can ask for one, and then y'all can converse, during that time period of the recess, and then we'll go back on the record. But you're not going to be able to sort of help her answer these questions against her in this legal proceeding.
But I can
Because
testify as a witness.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. All right, understood. Okay. Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
No? All right. Well, we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. If the parties are ready to begin, we'll start now with opening statements, beginning with counsel for the board, and then Ms. Magnuson. Right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D and Mississippi Code Part 28-20, Rule 1.2W both state that it is a violation if a licensee has a license or privilege to practice in another jurisdiction revoked. The law further states that a certified copy of the disciplinary action is prima facie evidence, meaning that the order is all you need to find that there is a violation. Ms. Magnuson's privilege to practice in New Mexico was revoked on September 25th, 2024 for diverting narcotics. In the evidence today, you will see a certified copy of the order. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license Ms. Magnuson as it sees fit. Thank you.
Right. Ms. Magnuson, do you have an opening statement? It's optional, but it's just a brief overview of the facts you plan to present in your defense later when it's your time to put on your case.
I'm planning on proving that I did not have anything to do with diverting narcotics or anything else that they're alleging toward me. I have been nursing now November 22nd, ladies, 45 years. I have never had one thing go against me. I've held the integrity of nursing above everything, and it's so nice to meet y'all. Thank you, the guys who run the show. But and set the standards. And that's what I have always stood for in nursing, is the standard of what it really means to be a nurse, and not just something for money or something like that. I mean, nursing has been my whole life. And I was so lucky because I started out in neonatal intensive care. I'm a licensed practical nurse too. So, but back then nurses could do different things. But I started in 1979. That's whenever they had scores on your nursing test, and I made 551 on my thing because I studied so hard. And the first person that I had as a patient was in a nursing home. And whenever I went in to see this patient, she was 32 years old, but had the mind of a 5-year-old. I tried to get my voice out to talk to her and I couldn't do it. I was crying. I got up and I went outside and I started crying. I thought in nursing I could change the world. My teacher, Maddie DeBose, come up to me and said, Irma, what's wrong? I said, there's nothing I can do, is it? She said, no, Irma, just be supportive. That's the day I learned to be the best nurse I could be. And every day before I started my practice, I went into the chapel to make me be what I could possibly be. I have never in my entire life diverted a narcotic. Matter of fact, narcotics scared me. I don't even take narcotics. I had 3 ribs broken. I think a little while back, the dog jumped on me in bed. It was a new dog that we had. And whenever I was at the hospital, they gave me one narco. I don't take narco. I don't take any, you just can't, I don't take drugs, period. I never have, and I didn't even do it when Woodstock was around. I mean, I didn't even do marijuana. I didn't do anything like that and stuff like that. I had a great upbringing, and my entire career in nursing has been great because I started out where I wanted to be in neonatal intensive care. I progressed to open heart for 2.5 years, 1 year at Ellis Michelle Cancer Institute in Columbia, Missouri, 6-month special training at Baptist Princeton in Birmingham for brain surgery. I keep going to continuing education. I go to the conventions here, but in 2016, they didn't want LPNs back in hospitals anymore. So I had to learn to reinvent myself to work in a nursing home. Now they want you back in the hospitals. Well, but they don't want to pay like the nursing homes do. And I have had a wonderful, wonderful career in nursing.
Thank you.
And I hope that these other girls that are here starting out have the same feeling that I do about nursing and take it seriously.
Thank you.
Because I don't know, I'm serious about this. I didn't, I mean, nursing is everything to me.
We'll,
45 years and never missed a day.
we'll start now with, board council's, case in chief, and once they ready, it'll be your opportunity to present. Right? Right, Mr. Walker, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name, your county residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jameson, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
Will you state how long you've worked at the Board of Nursing?
since March of 1991.
What is your role here at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and the Director of Investigation.
So you're familiar with the investigation process of licensees of this board?
Yes,
If you would look at page 4, and we identify that for the record for us.
page 4 is the license verification form for Irma Patricia Davis Magnuson.
When does it say that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
August 20th, 2003,
And what was she licensed as?
licensed as a licensed practical nurse.
All right, thank you. Would you turn over to page 8 and tell us what that document is as well?
A copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us what those charges in that complaint are against Ms. Magnuson?
These charges involve action that was taken by another board of nursing.
Okay. Are there any facts in that complaint that support that both of those charges?
Yes, it states here that on September the 25th, 2024, the New Mexico State Board of Nursing revoked the respondent's privilege to practice nursing in that state based on the fact that she diverted narcotics and was unfit based on their findings.
Okay, thank you. Will you next look at page 12 for me? Can you tell us what that is for the record?
Page 12, this is a certification from the New Mexico Board of Nursing of the formal disciplinary document.
All right, and so is this the certification for what's on page 13?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you tell us who is named on that order on page 13?
Irma Magnuson.
And what is this on page 13?
This is the final decision and default order of revocation.
Can you tell us where that's from?
It's from the New Mexico.
All right, and on page 15, if you look at that for me. For the record, will you just read what numbers 5 and 6 say?
Number 5 reads, the board finds by preponderance of the evidence that respondent diverted narcotics, which constitutes a violation of the New Mexico Nursing Practice Act, section 61-328-A6. Number 6 reads, the board finds by preponderance of the evidence that respondent is unfit based on respondent diverting narcotics, which is a violation of the New Mexico Nursing Practice Act, section 61-328-A3.
Okay. And lastly, we just flip over one more page to page 16 and tell us what the board in New Mexico did based on their findings.
Based on their findings, they ordered that the respondent's license is hereby revoked.
All right, and when you looked at the complaint, was that what she was charged with? Was her license being revoked in another jurisdiction?
Yes, it was.
Were there any charges involving an underlying issue or diversion?
No, there were not.
No further questions, John.
Right, Ms. Melton, if you have any questions for, Mr. Chambers?
Yeah, what? Can I make a statement about, no, just ask questions now?
Based on anything he's stated. What's the definition?
Oh, okay, all right. What,
We're not here yet.
we're not there, where are we at?
Ask for a recess. 30-second recess.
Can I get a 30-second recess?
I'll give you 5 minutes, so we'll get back, we'll go on recess now and return on the record at, 9:05 a.m.
Thank you.
recess, requested by, Ms. Magnuson before she began her cross-examination of Mr. Jameson. So Ms. Magnuson, if you're ready, you can begin now if you have any questions for Mr. Jameson.
I'm gonna try to do this. I've never done this before and it's spooky. And I can do nursing good, but this is
I
a
understand.
whole different world for me. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's just, this is just very traumatizing for me. I'm just shaking all over. He can speak better for me than I can even think right now, but anyway. Um, I need attention to State Exhibit page 8 for September 25th. What was the findings that,
Let's get there first.
what was the first? What I want to know is, how did you come to the findings that to cause this action on me? Good morning.
Morning.
Nice to meet you.
Same here. We did not come up with those findings. The New Mexico Board of Nursing came up with those findings.
Okay. Now, do I need findings?
That's your testimony.
Oh.
Right now, they just want to know, do you have any questions for him based on his statement?
Yeah, what, on Exhibit 13, what is the sufficient evidence to justify the,
That's-
never mind. Can I just tell my story?
You don't have to ask him questions. So if you're done, if you asked him your question, if you're done asking him questions. you can-
I do have some questions. What I want to know is, when this happened that morning, okay? The med tech I counted with Dion. I came on at 6 p.m. I counted with him.
And Ms. Magnuson, remember you have to ask him a question and you will get an opportunity to tell your story.
Okay.
It's just, if you have any questions for him, I'm giving you a chance to do that now. If you don't,
He's not New Mexico. Their findings based on New Mexico's revocation. That's what is justifying your revocation for Mississippi is based on their revocation.
Well, let me
So-
just wait then.
so do you have any more questions for Mr. Jameson?
No, I do not.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
And do you, do you attend the witness?
I do.
And does the state rest at this time?
You're good.
All right, so Ms. Magnuson, this is your opportunity to tell your story. And you can also call your witness and you may be subject to cross-examination yourself. So either you can call your first witness or you can begin with just telling your story. It's totally up to you.
Start with the story. Start with what? I'm not sure exactly how all this goes because my grandson's trying to help me here and I'm not sure on all these legal.
Do you have a question for me? I can help you. What is it? What's your question?
Well,
Are you ready to sort of present? Are you ready to sort of,
let me tell my story.
okay.
Let me
go
do
ahead.
that, okay? I was with Laguna Rainbow on 3 different occasions over the course of, I think, 3 years, maybe 3.5 years, okay? The first time I was there almost a year, then I went back for several more months, and then I was back again. And the reason why I was back there was because the DON that was there then, it's a small, it's on an Indian reservation, it's small, and everybody is like family there. The med tech, his wife, his common law wife works there, other people's family members work there. It's all like a family group. It's on an Indian reservation. And it's really great to work for those people. You know, it was, we're gonna build a big new place and everything. But anyway, what happened was, the DON came back and she called me to come back to work there because I know her and I work for her at another place too. So I went back over there and she called me one night and she said, Irma, she said, her and the ADO had just got into something with the other people that were there. One of the ladies that was there that was over they have committees and everything there, and they were supposed to be friends, but they kept hounding her and doing this and doing that, and she was doing a great job. And she called and said both of them quit, but she said, Irma, you need to quit. Don't go back over there. It was on a Friday evening. She said, don't go back over there. They're going to set you up. I'm telling you right now, do not go back over there. And I started thinking, well, you know, just because it happened to her doesn't mean it happened to me. I don't have a problem. At least I didn't think I did. So in the meantime, this Dion, who was one of the med techs, I don't know if they were jealous of me because I made really good money. When I was in New Mexico, I made $200,000 a year as an LP. And seriously, I can show you my tax records from 189 to 210,000 a year. But of course, I worked a lot of doubles. I worked a lot. My husband was very sick. I wanted to make sure he had everything, anything he wanted. Okay. We were married for 30 years. He died May 9th last year. Anyway, he was from the world. But Dion, I had 5 cars, a camper, bass boat, house. I had the world. I spent the money too. We did a lot of scuba diving, things like that. We had a wonderful life together, just a wonderful life. And sorry. So Dion, he was always wanted to see our camper, and then he was always making little rude slurs while I was at work with him, okay? So this one day he wanted to go riding in my car. I said, well, sure, come on, let's go. Well, I got a Corvette. So he gets in the passenger seat, we go down the road, and he takes his hand and puts it over on my leg, and I moved it, and I said, what are you doing? And he was trying to set up some kind of a relationship between us. I said, in your dreams. I turned the vet around, went back. He got out, and we went on about our business, and that's when I knew I needed to kind of move on. Well, in the meantime, I went to, I hope I can stay straight with my story here. After she had called me, and then he did this, he has a common law wife that works there too, and they've got a couple of children. I don't know if he was afraid that I might say something about it or not. So we were doing the narcotic count that night, and it was the night before that it was his last night to work before the day shift person come in the next morning, which was Janet. So we counted and the count was correct. But the next morning, there was one lorazepam missing. And I knew there's 2 halls to this Laguna Rainbow. I never gave medicine on this hall over here because they don't need it over there. I only gave, not PRN medicine anyway. They just never need it over there. Okay. I never even go in the NARC box. You know, it just didn't happen. So the next morning, the count was off. 1 pill. So I immediately just went into a panic. My stomach tightened up. I couldn't breathe. I was shaking because I don't make mistakes on narcotics. Like I said, I'm very particular about narcotics, and I always sign them out as soon as I give them. I do the right thing, and I try to teach student nurses to do the same thing. Okay, whenever I'm teaching them, I love to teach people. But anyway, but the count was off, and I didn't give this pill. I know I didn't give this pill. And so I called the DON and the DON said, Irma, go ahead and sign the pill out. Draw a line through it. And we'll handle it. I said, but don't you want me to take a drug test or something before I leave here? No, we don't want you to take a drug test. Just go on home. We'll handle it. We're, suspension 3 days, we'll investigate it. And I thought, this is not good. This is not good. And so I thought my friend was right about what they said. And so I left. And the next thing I know, I go to see an attorney about this, and they said they would not handle it because it was on the Indian reservations. I go to another attorney. They're not going to handle it because it's on the Indian reservation. So they sent me a thing, a letter, a thing came by email. Now my husband has email. He does all the email stuff because I'm not, I just like paper stuff. I can do the stuff in nursing, but when it comes to the home stuff on email, I don't have Facebook. I don't have anything like that. Okay. I just don't, it's not that I can't do it. I just don't want to do it. I just don't have any interest in it at all. So he said, Irma, you got to pay attention to this. Look, and he printed it off for me. Well, this here's what I wrote up right here that was typed and sent back to the State Board of Nursing on November 16th. I did not hear back from them as his email, which I thought that they would send me back, because they said that okay, wait a minute, see. It says, provide your response and the allegations against you in writing. It says, a follow-up interview with you may or may not be conducted. Well, my husband would immediately notify me about the email. Well, he got really sick. Well, he got spinal cord syndrome, and it paralyzed him. Okay. We were in New Mexico when he said he wanted to come. We bought a house back in Mississippi. We were moving back here. We bought a house 2 years, July 7th, 2022. We bought a new house here, okay, on the water in Gaucher. And he told me he wanted to come back and go fishing one more time while we were in New Mexico. So we came back here, and that's when he went to get out of the truck to go to the bathroom, and he fell. And that's when all it started. 45 days later, he died. All this is going on, I didn't hear back from these people. I thought everything was okay, because he would have told me about the email, okay? If they send something by email, I did not get it. I didn't get my computer till way later, and I got my email, thing set up. And if it says here that they did, that the thing happened November 16th, and I received certification on 12/4/24, and they said it was on November 16th, 24. Why am I receiving a certified letter to let me know about this and what they've done to me after the fact? And I did not know if this guy was afraid that I would maybe go tell his companion about what he was trying to do. I wouldn't do that at all. I made my mind up, I'm leaving, I was going to go. But also at that time, my daughter had just died. And when this started with him there, and when I quit, and she died June 19th, 22. She was found dead in her bed, and we were on a dive trip in Cozumel. I'm not in Cozumel. Well, I'm sorry, we were in Belize. And we couldn't get a plane flight back. Pilots went on strike. But while we were there, my husband, the last day, it was on Friday. They went out for their boat ride, last boat ride before we were supposed to leave on Saturday. And I was with my daughter-in-law, and that's when I got a text on my phone. And I picked up the phone, look at it, lay it down, and I was talking to her. I said, whoa, wait a minute. And I picked it up. It was from Jesse. And he said, Granny, Mama died. What? What? So when Roger got off the boat, I told him about that. And we were planning on coming out on Saturday. Well, he told me he fell on the dive boat with his gear on. Well, we got back to the hotel's right there. We all went to the outside bar to, have a drink and everything. I drink Coke. I don't drink drinks or anything once in a while. But he told me he was hurting in his chest. He was going to go inside and get some relief. He'll be back. I said, okay. So about 5 minutes later, I told the guy, I said, hey, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go check on Roger. Well, I got there and he couldn't breathe. Called 911. They took him to the hospital. They come out and told me that they were doing full CPR on him. He wasn't going to make it. And I thought, no. I just found out about my daughter. No. This can't happen. So then he had to have bilateral chest tubes and everything else. The next morning I go in. They told us to come in and say our final goodbyes after my stepson and his wife got there. I don't call him stepson, I call him my son. We was like the Brady Bunch. It was really close family. Anyway, we went in to say our final goodbyes and Roger was seriously dead. But they brought him back. And the next morning I go in, we go back over there because you're in another country, you do what they tell you to do. They say, go home, we'll call you. You be back the next morning at 10 o'clock. They wouldn't let us stay. So we come back. And he was sitting up in the bed, looking at us, saying, hey, guys. I said, you're dead now. That's for sure. What you put me through last night. Anyway, he wound up having to stay there. They wouldn't let him fly because it would crush his lungs big enough.
Your Honor, I've got I'm not really sure what this has to do with the charges today.
I'm getting to that. I'll just skip anyway. But I was late getting back. They weren't happy with me because I had to take extra few days to get back. And but I have I just cannot believe, and they're saying here that I gave a tramadol. Whenever this happened, I asked them, I said, look, I want that. I called back up there because I asked them for drug testing. They wouldn't drug test me. I said, you can go through anything I got. They wouldn't do that. Okay. I did what the DON told me to do. I signed the narcotics sheet. Okay. I did what she told me to do. Okay. I never been through this before, so I didn't know exactly what was supposed to be done. Okay. I never diverted a narcotic in my entire career. And as a matter of fact, I have caught at Biloxi Region, I caught 14 people stealing drugs by accident. Okay. I've had threats on me and everything else because of me finding them and saying, no, I've done the right thing. I reported you. You're the one that done the wrong thing. And that's what I don't understand. Well, I'm getting off on another subject here because I find that working with, if you steal drugs from a patient in a hospital and you're a nurse, I think you ought to be put under the dirt. That's how I feel about those people. If you're on the outside and come in and get tested for drugs, okay, rehab, that's okay. But the nursing board just lets these people get away with this and get away with this and get away with this. The integrity of nursing means more than that to people. I don't see how y'all can get away. How can y'all sleep at night knowing that these people are doing this and keep letting them on and on and on and on. And half the time they go back and do the same thing again. It's so sad Because those patients there, they deserve the best. They don't deserve secondhand crap.
So,
You know?
Ms. Magnuson, this time, Mr. Walker may have some questions for you, and then the, board may have. some
Oh,
questions.
wait a minute, that tramadol, it says it was given at 11:30. And I think it was given on a separate date than what it has on here. If you look at the tramadol, I think was given 2 days before. And I think it was given at 11:30 in the morning. I work night shift. I've always worked night shift. I don't work day shift. So how could I be observed given a tramadol at 11:30 a.m. in the morning when I'm not even on the clock? Okay? And not only that, but then I really believe that Dion, it had to be a setup when he counted 29, but the sheet showed 30 on there, just so where I would be. And that was his last night to work there because a new person came on in the daytime. Okay. So when they come on, of course it reflected on me. And I'm not the first person that's happened to. And that's a fact.
Ms. Magnuson, do you want to introduce those as exhibits? Because, what you're referencing, the papers that you're references, do you have copies to?
Yeah, this is what I wrote out right here.
Okay.
And
so-
then this here shows where I was moving around and I couldn't, I thought the paper, I told Roger to print it out for me, what was typed up that was sent to,
Okay, do you want to introduce that as exhibit? Do you have anything else you want to introduce now?
no, I don't have anything else, no. Oh, wait a minute. This here, oh yeah, this here is where it says that on 7/27 at 11:30 a.m., the tramadol, really? What are y'all talking about? And this 5:15 a.m. I'm gonna tell you something. The woman never had a seizure. That's why I said
If I
there's no
may.
Ativan given.
If we're gonna admit them in evidence, can we admit them in evidence before we start taking testimony on them? Or-
Sure, I'm just
If-
trying to, I think she's identifying what they are, so if you, if we need we need copies, Ms. Magnuson, so.
You can have these. I mean, I'm just sorry, I'm kind of all over the board. I just.
Oh, yeah, what you do is you share a copy, share that with Mr. Walker, and I'll see if he has any objections, and then we're gonna admit them.
Oh, and it says, it said I was deliberately
Oh,
covering,
you gotta admit it in evidence first.
oh, well, I gotta read it.
Well, you're gonna get a copy of it back. You
Oh.
read it from a copy.
Yeah. Come on. That work.
That. Yeah, I do understand that.
So they're gonna make the copies, so we're gonna take a brief, 5-minute reset, turn back on the record at 9:35.
recess to allow for copies of exhibits proposed by Ms. Magnuson. Mr. Walker, did you have an opportunity to review those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits into the record for today's hearing?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so respondents exhibit, well, R1 is a composite exhibit. Okay, yeah. Respondents composite exhibit R1 is admitted into the record for today's hearing. Ms. Magnuson, if you are ready to be subjected to cross-examination, Mr. Walker may have some questions for you now, and then the board may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Walker,
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Magnuson, will you state your name and where your current place of employment is for the record?
Irma Magnuson, and I'm not employed right now.
You said you're not employed right now?
Right.
When was the last time you were employed?
When I found out that my license had been suspended back in, is it October?
So whenever this board suspended your license, that was the last time you worked? October the 1st? Where were you working then?
Crown in Mobile,
What were you doing there?
nursing.
What type? What floor were you on? Or what is
All
Crown?
over the place, nursing home,
A nursing home? So long-term care?
right.
How long had you been at Crown?
About 2 months.
Before you were at Crown, where were you at then?
I was at the Pillars,
Is that long-term care as well? And how long were you at the Pillars?
about 4 months.
And before, this is all after you moved back, and I
Right.
believe you said you moved back on July 7th of 2022, is that correct?
No, we bought our house July 7th, 2022.
Okay,
I was still there, and my husband was doing kind of okay then, so he was at the house here while I was still working there, but we'd go back and forth. And then he got to where he had to be put on hospice, so I was living in our camper there, so I had to get an apartment for us to stay in, and I turned in a address change with the post office. And we never got any mail from anything. I thought they just didn't do it right, I guess. I don't know, but I did turn in a change of address from, we were on Plaza Drive. We owned a house there and we sold it whenever we bought our house in Goshen.
when did you move to Mississippi? Full-time?
March of last year.
So you were back and forth between 2022 and March of 2024 from here in New Mexico, is that correct? So I'm trying to put your employment history together. So
I now worked at Biloxi Regional Hospital for over 13 years. Never called in sick. Never late.
when was that though?
That was from 2003 to 2016, whenever, well, in 2017 is whenever we moved to New Mexico because my husband had bladder cancer. So this thing popped up on the internet and I was looking at it and said, come on, Roger, let's go to New Mexico.
Okay.
So we started at Los Alamos. I worked there a year. And then I went to Taos and worked there a year. And then we went to Albuquerque. That's when we bought our house and I started working there at different places.
Have you typically always worked in long-term care?
No, it's always, in 2016, that's when they didn't want LPNs in hospitals anymore. So I stepped out of that and went into, had to go into nursing home.
And you said, I believe you said earlier that you first became a nurse in 1979. Where was that?
Huntsville Hospital, Huntsville, Alabama.
You were licensed in Alabama originally?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's my home, Montgomery.
And so if you look, and I understand, so what you submitted, just, I want to be clear, it looks like this is a complaint form that was filed by your employer at the time, correct?
I don't know. They said, the state board sent me that, want me to send them an explanation of what I thought, well, of what my response to their complaint was, and I did.
Right, yeah, so if you look at what's labeled as R1, the page that says 1 of 4, it says it says complaint form, right? At the top, you see that?
Yeah,
Okay, and then it says, please identify who you are, it's employer. So it looks like this is what this is, and it's got you named on here. So what you were testifying to earlier was the complaint that was filed by your employer, not the actual documentation from that facility, right?
I guess, right?
It's,
Restate the question.
ma'am,
Did I misunderstand you?
what I'm saying is, I'm asking you, so this is a complaint form that was filed by your employer, correct? And it's filed on you as the complaint,
Right.
right?
And then I responded with that, by email.
Correct. And you, in your statement you gave earlier, you were talking about tramadol and the time it was given. My question is to you, you were not stating that.
They did not say anything about it. The tramadol wasn't even there. That's what I don't understand. They didn't write me up for this. They're saying somebody saw me take it, not give it. And they didn't report that. And they didn't, bring that up. I would have stumped somebody for that kind of thing. No, I never got wrote up for anything with those people. And I asked them to please fingerprint that Ativan card. And they didn't do that. They didn't do anything to protect me. It was all about them and making the accusation.
Ms. Irma, that's not my question. Let me put it this way. Look at page 2. You see page 2 and what you admitted is R1. It says page 2 of 4 at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You stated earlier that they said you gave tramadol at 11:30 a.m., correct?
Yeah, I don't work here.
That, my question is, you're getting that from what this complaint was saying and not any documentation that was of record at the hospital, correct?
Correct, and they won't.
That's my only question, Ms. Irma.
Okay,
And then on what's this handwritten, this is your response to this complaint, correct?
correct.
Okay, I want to be sure I had that correct and wanted to make
But
sure.
now the tramadol, none of that was mentioned in the paperwork that we got. Only on your documentation here is where that's mentioned. It wasn't mentioned from that other, or maybe it was.
This is New Mexico stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they did mention the tramadol, but if I gave it, I signed it out, but this says 11:30 in the morning. I wasn't there at 11:30 in the morning, and I don't remember giving a tramadol. I'd like to see the actual documentation and my signature on the narcotic sheet.
We look at page 14 for me on the exhibits that you were given today.
Okay,
On that page, you see it talks about the board mailed to respondent via certified mail, address on file with the board. They mailed that to you, and then says they also emailed a copy. But 7 says that all licensees are required to maintain a current address with the board. You see that?
uh-huh.
Okay, and then if you flip back over to a page, it looks like they tried to serve you, and the address that you had on file was incorrect. Because
What?
it says you did not request a hearing. Did you not update your address with the New Mexico board?
Hold it. Now Laguna Rainbow knew my address because I gave it to them whenever I was working there, but they just,
My question is, did you?
oh,
update
this here, it says on certificate, it's marked out right here. Why is it marked out?
That's a certificate of service. Well, that's not, my question is, Ms. Irma, is did you not update your address with the board? 'Cause it looks like what they served you came back. Did you update your address with I know you said you updated your address with the post office and they gave a forwarding address, correct?
Right.
Did you update your address with the Board of Nursing of Mexico? Because that's what they're saying here is you did not.
Not with New Mexico.
Okay.
I'm obligated to Mississippi. I don't know, I did not know I was supposed to notify New Mexico. They had the email. They told me, I was under the impression that they would get back with me by email. But my husband never saw that and never, showed that to me. And I'm not sure if his password, I know the password to get in there, but I'm not sure the password for his email. So I can't get into the email to prove to you that.
Will you look at page 12 for me? You see what it says? I do hereby certify as a complete accurate copy of the document filed with the New Mexico Board of Nursing.
Yes,
Okay. And what's attached with that is the following page on 13. It's a default order of revocation for your license in New Mexico. You're privileged to practice in New Mexico. Do you see that?
yeah,
So would you agree with me that this is a certified copy of an order from New Mexico revoking your privilege to practice?
well, yeah, it'll come as a shock to me.
Okay, and
When
you also,
Because I never knew that they had even progressed to that, because like I said, I figured I would get something from somebody and by email or something, and of course, it never came that my husband reported to me. And like I said, I've never been through anything like this, so I didn't feel like I thought I was only obligated to these people, Mississippi, to give a new address.
so you,
But the thing is that now all of a sudden they got my address and they can send everything to me to my address and go, Shay, how come they didn't have it then whenever they're sending me the stuff now?
so you agree with me that this is a certified copy of an order revoking your privilege to practice?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
and on page 8, do you see where the complaint was that has the charges against you? Would you agree with me that you're only charged with losing your license or privilege to practice in another jurisdiction?
yes, I see that, but I don't agree with the charges. The charges are false.
You just agree with me, right? That that New Mexico revoked your privilege to practice, right?
No, I agree with you on that,
Right.
but
But
the
you were,
charges are wrong.
so you don't think that you had your license or privilege?
New Mexico's charges, Mississippi's charges.
Mississippi's just taking my license away. I don't understand.
Ms. Irma, you were charged here on page 8 with losing your license in another jurisdiction. Do you see that on charge 1?
Yeah,
Okay. And on charge 2, it's the same thing. You see that?
yeah, it said revoked or voluntarily surrendered.
Right. So what I just showed you on page 13 is the order that did that, correct?
Right.
So those charges revoking saying that your license was revoked, do you agree that that's what we just looked at?
Yeah.
No further questions, John.
All right, any questions from the board for Ms. Magnuson?
Ms. Magnuson, I'm just curious as to the med tech. Were you the only one with access to the narcotic box, or was there 2 persons accessing this narcotic box? I'm just curious.
There were 2 med carts, one for this hall and one for this hall. And I was the only night nurse, but for both carts. But the day shift had 1 nurse on this side and 1 nurse on this side. So I had to count with this person and this person. But when I counted with Dion, that's where the next morning, I never looked in the box. So the next morning, it comes up 1 pill missing. And I never went in the box. And I asked them, whenever I thought about it, I asked them about drug testing, doing all this. They didn't follow their proper procedures either. And they told me to go home. She told me to sign it out. And then I get a letter saying I falsified a document. I didn't do that. I did what they told me to do because I had never been through this before. And I'm going to tell you something, I was scared to death because, it just, and even now I'm like rambling a little bit. I'm sorry if I can't stay, focused here a little bit, But this is scary as crap. I'm telling you, this is very, and it says unfit. How dare them say that about me? I've never done anything in nursing to hurt nursing or in my entire career with anybody.
I understand that you're very nervous, Ms. Magnuson.
No, nobody else had access.
Understand that you're very nervous and that's to be expected. But what I was trying to find out from you, when you did the narcotic box that day, did you actually count off with this Dion?
Yes, I did.
So you physically counted off with him and he was the med tech?
Correct, yes.
Did the med
That night, that night.
Okay, so did the med techs themselves have access to that narcotic box?
Yeah.
So they were able to give narcotics?
Well, once I came on, there wasn't a, well, he said, no, once I came on and counted, then there was no med techs. I was the only one giving narcotics out of both boxes.
I only have one other question, I believe for you. Well, let me take it back. I've got two. What have you done in regards to the New Mexico discipline? Have you been in contact with the New Mexico Board of Nursing to have a conversation or see where things are?
What happened was my husband, I focused on him because he had different things that were happening. And I thought I would get some kind of, honestly, it just vanished from my mind. I didn't even think about this because I was so concentrating on him, but I thought that if something come up, they would notify me. I did think, hopefully they'd send something, but they said that they would get back with me and we never heard anything back. So I just thought everything had done resolved itself. Because like I said, I don't know how these things work. And I learned a lot. I've learned a lot.
So with that being said, since you've learned of this discipline on your license, have you contacted New Mexico? Okay.
Because I don't trust these people because you don't know who's in the state board that's with the Indian reservation. You just don't know who's who there. And like I said, if the attorneys won't touch it, I don't understand, I mean, they wouldn't help me. It's like hands off, no. So I thought, well, what's going on here? Because now the Indian, I mean, the reservation, the people I worked with, they were just great. They were just great. And the patients were great. I don't understand how all this happened. But when I got called to resign and resign immediately because I was going to be set up, and they were very adamant that I was going to be set up. The DON and the ADON both quit on a Friday and called me that Friday night, said, Irma, do not go back. And I did because.
Well, thank you, Ms. Robinson. And the only other question I have for you is, if by chance you are allowed to continue practice, what is your intention as far as work?
Honestly, this has hurt me so bad. I don't know if I'll ever reach out to nursing again. I was looking forward to 50 years. And I even thought about it. Well, if your 50th anniversary, why don't you get your RN? My heart's not in it anymore. This has destroyed me. I've never done anything. And even being warned, I didn't pay attention to it.
So just to clarify, what you're seeking is to preserve your license and it's not your intention to continue working.
I want to clear my name. Because I did not do this.
Thank you.
I did not do this.
Thank you, Ms. Magnuson.
No question. I've got a couple of questions, Ms. Magnuson. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for all y'all do, standing up for what nursing should be.
Here's my first question. Were you ever questioned or interviewed by an investigator from the New Mexico Board of Nursing?
No, sir. I just got the email is all I got.
So the only thing you ever got was an email stating that license had been revoked.
No, I got the email wanting my documentation on what happened.
And that's what you provided here in respondent.
And we sent that by email here, by our email. I don't know,
Got this email and you responded to this email.
right, we
I
were.
see your written response in
Yeah.
here. Is this what you sent in to the New Mexico Board of Nursing?
Correct. Well, yeah, well, it went through my husband's email here. Yeah,
But this was your response.
right.
And so there was never an investigator that spoke with you
No,
one-on-one.
no, sir.
This is the only interaction you had with the New Mexico.
That is
Board of
correct.
Nursing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So once you submitted this response, there was never any other follow-up.
Not that I was aware of. No, sir.
Okay, all right.
Especially by email, but if they sent something by mail, of course, I did not get it because I was in an apartment and moved back here and was only in the apartment for about 3 months. And then we
Let me
moved-
ask this question. Mississippi was your home state. I understand you were working under a compact license in New Mexico, correct?
Correct.
So
yes.
Mississippi remained your home state.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are you aware that every time you move, your address has to be updated in the portal with the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how to do that? Or is that something your husband took care of for you?
Well, I thought Roger had took care of that for me because he does all the email and I'm
What about,
done.
this happened the end of last year.
Yeah,
So I understand your husband's passed away and I'm sorry for that.
thank you.
But moving forward, you have to act on your own now.
I've got my own email and I've got him that knows a computer guru. He can
But-
help me do
So
that.
let me ask you this question. Post your husband passing away, do you understand yourself or do you have a surrogate or someone who can keep your address updated in the portal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So you understand that it doesn't matter if you move to an apartment today and in 3 weeks you move to another home, every time you move, you have to update the portal.
Right.
Okay. Is that something that was taking place when you were in New Mexico?
I thought my husband did all that because he was medical too. He was a lab person and yeah, but
So I want you to understand the gravity of that because if your home state doesn't have your correct address, there's really no way that they can contact you as far as investigations or if there's an issue that's brought up.
right,
Any nurse can have a complaint against them, and it's our responsibility to prove our innocence. My question to you is ensuring that you understand that your portal has to stay current.
right.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna make
Now-
sure.
I want to follow up on one thing that Ms. Culpepper asked. I don't understand your answer, and I'm not trying to get you upset by any means, but I need to understand this. Because in Mississippi, we don't have med techs. So I'm not familiar with exactly, I know what they do, but here's my question to you. Make me understand, I understand, you work night shift, correct?
Yes, sir.
You work night shift. Was it a 7P to 7A shift?
6 to 6.
6 to 6 shift, okay. So you came in at 6 o'clock at night and left at 6 o'clock in the morning,
Correct.
and you were the only nurse in the building.
Correct.
I assume it's probably a 60-bed facility?
No, actually, it's only like 43.
Okay.
It
43
wasn't, it
beds.
wasn't that many.
So that falls into regulations with a nursing home, and that's fine to have one nurse there, a licensed nurse. So on your shift, did you ever have a med tech working with you, or were you the only person responsible for the medications?
The only person
Okay.
responsible for medicine.
So when you came in at 6 PM, you counted down with a med tech, not a nurse.
Correct.
Okay, so the med tech on the 6A to 6P shift had access to the narcotic box.
Correct.
So in New Mexico, a med tech can give a narcotic.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay. So when you did your count, just be real here, when you did your count, because I've worked in nursing homes for many years, I've seen all types of nurses. When you did your count, did you look at the narcotic sheet
No, sir, I did not.
and the narcotics that are in the drawer?
I did
Or
not.
did you just go through and sign off that the count had been done?
You look, you,
Just,
no, I know I did not, and I wasn't in the habit of doing that because I didn't feel that this person could do something like what happened, and I mean.
Okay.
No.
I get it. That, I wanted your honest answer there.
Yeah, no,
But you understand that proper practice is to look at the sheet and look at the card of medicines. We agree with that, right?
yes, sir, you are correct.
And so what I'm hearing you say is that is not what you did this time when you came in. You did not look at the sheet and look at the narcotics.
No, sir.
Therefore, you would not have had knowledge if the med tech would have taken a pill and done whatever with. Maybe he gave it and didn't sign it out.
Well, that's what I don't understand. It shows that Dion was one of the testifiers on here, and I don't know what he had to say about it, but
Well, we're not gonna make any assumptions here,
yeah,
but I think in reality, we probably all know. But so my question is, you do agree that you were in the wrong by not doing a proper narcotic test?
that is correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir. That is correct.
So that clarifies a whole lot for me because I needed to understand exactly what happened here, okay?
Yeah.
It,
But then they told me to sign it out, and then they accused me of falsifying the document.
well, let me ask you this though, Ms. Magnuson, and I'm not trying to belabor a point, but I want to ask you, you've been a nurse for 45 years. At some point, you have a responsibility to do what's right and what's wrong, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So regardless if a DON, an administrator, a doctor tells you to do something, if it's not the right thing to do, it really falls in the nurse's legalities to say, that's not right and I'm not doing it.
Well, at the time I was so upset, and you're right.
I understand.
I don't, I've
I
always done.
understand emotions play a part, but my question to you is, you accept responsibility for doing something a DON told you to that probably was not correct.
That is correct, but I didn't know that that wasn't part of the procedure, see,
I
and
understand.
I learned, I'm
But-
learning.
but-
I hope y'all learn too.
But let's pull this in. Let's pull this in because a big part of this is taking some responsibility.
Correct.
Okay. And asking you these questions, I hope that we're also educating these young people behind you.
That's what, good.
You agree that it's your responsibility not to do something you're told to do, but to do what's right.
That is correct.
So you never received notice that you have been called before the New Mexico Board of Nursing.
No,
That's
sir.
your testimony. I believe that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from any other board members?
Just have one. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for all the years that you've been a nurse. We do appreciate that. My question is, when was the last day that you worked at this facility, how do you pronounce that?
Laguna Rainbow?
Laguna Rainbow. When was the last day that you worked there?
I can't be specific on the last day. I did not. It says here the 27th. And I think I wrote on this paper 6 something, but they're saying July. I'm not sure of the date. That's why I want to see the narcotic cards and everything. I want to see my signature on those narcotic cards. I want to see, you know, what, especially on the tramadol. And, you know, because I did sign the lorazepam like she told me to. She said, sign it out, draw a line through it, and then we'll investigate it. Go home, you know, it's 3-day suspension, and we'll get back in touch with you. I did exactly what she told me to do, the DON. Later on, whenever I talked to one of my other nursing associates, they said, stupid, you shouldn't have signed it. Well, I said, I was just doing what she said, you know, and
Tell me what day that was that she told you that?
the morning that I called her to tell her that that narcotic wasn't there.
What date was that? What day did you catch that narcotic?
This says the 27th. I'm,
Of June or July?
I don't know, I wrote June on my piece of paper. I think I could have. I can't remember.
And you have not requested any records from New Mexico?
They wouldn't send it to me if,
But you have not called them and requested the transcripts or anything from there?
no, it's just like I asked them to fingerprint the card, because I might
How about the board of nursing?
have not contacted the board of nursing about what they're finding, you know, to send me what they have on that. It said, everything on this thing says alleged. So, and it says no documents were provided in this paperwork. It says no documents were provided. And I got convicted. It's on page 4 of 4. It said no supporting documentation information provided. And these other things in here said alleged. And then I got found guilty.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right,
Oh, may I say one thing?
yes, you may.
When I was at Laguna Rainbow, the second time I was there, I worked day shift. I was teaching the med techs how to be med techs. I was in charge of them. I even called the state board to find out if I could do that as an LPN. They said, yes, you can. And they said that they had like a week or a 2-week course that I could come take. It was for free if I wanted to. But they put me in charge of teaching those med techs how to give medication. So where they could be signed off to be med techs. I was the one teaching them. And then the third time when I went back, now I'm the one supposed to be taking the drugs. I didn't even think about that till we were having breakfast this morning. I said, wait a minute. I remember you know.
Thank you, Ms. Magnuson. Now, if you want to call your witness, you can do that now to
May I call Jesse Thomas as my witness, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me-
Good morning.
Your statement, Mr. Walker may have some cross-examination for you, and the board may have questions for you.
Okay. So I just want to, of course, as a witness, testify to the legitimacy and the accuracy of the details that she shared as far as where she was living, the back and forward, and how the address situation could have, how the stuff could have gotten lost. I also want to testify as a witness to the documentation that is on record from the New Mexico Board of Nursing. There's a few things in here that I believe shows that Laguna Rainbow did not do a thorough investigation, as well that she had not been properly investigated, as well as with all of the paperwork presented by the New Mexico Board of Nursing, nowhere in that documentation was presented her rights to appeal.
Yeah, I gotta object. We're not here about the underlying investigation. That matter has already been settled by the New Mexico board. They issued an order. We're here simply because she got an out-of-state action. She received that action in New Mexico, and that's what she's being charged with today. We're not here to retry the case or scrutinize the investigation done by New Mexico.
So then to that, I will say that before this panel, if you guys are gracious enough to allow her to continue practicing her nursing here in Mississippi, that I step up to the plate to help her maintain her address and stay in compliance with the Board of Nursing.
Let me address his objection. Your objection is overruled. She should be allowed to testify about the underlying issues just because the order is in evidence. Is the nature of the charges that are pending against her. So any testimony she provides or a witness testifies about the underlying charges is relevant. So you're allowed to proceed.
Okay. First, it would be, I believe, one of the biggest issues that led us here today would be the communication. The state, I'm guessing state, correct? The state presented an exhibit, Exhibit 16, where he said that the certificate of service was done on the 26th day of September, 2024. I would like to point out that the address of where this documentation was served has been redacted. So we don't know whether they sent it to an incorrect address, not on file. We don't know whether they sent it to her home in Gaucher, whether they sent it to her previous address. But what we can present is that here in Mississippi, she updated her address to the Gaucher address back in 2023. That when she began working here, she did in fact notify her board of nursing of her correct address. I would also like to point out that the med tech that was working with her that night, who was calling out the numbers for her to verify, was the same gentleman that tried to sexually advance my grandmother and was denied, whose wife works in the home, which gives a motive of why he would want to try to get her out of the door as quickly as possible.
That's hearsay. We have nothing of that record.
Well, we do have testimony from Ms. Magnuson of her belief and opinion on that, and Mr. Magnuson. Is this something that, how did you become aware of your grandmother's, this incident?
Oh, she brought it to my attention and went through all of the paperwork.
Your objections?
Okay. Part of the New Mexico Board of Nursing, the email that was sent says that a follow-up interview with her may or may not be conducted. So if she wasn't contacted or they can't verify the means that they contacted her, how do we know that an interview was necessary? I know you asked about an interview, Mr. Cummins, if she had ever done an interview. And of course, as she stated before this council, no, she was never given an interview. Neither was she asked for an interview. I will say that, as she already mentioned, out of all of this, it was the accusation that she was unfit. For someone to be unfit, and here's what I can testify to. My grandmother is 75 years old. That's a fact. She has been nursing for 45 years. That is a fact. There is no way that you can be nursing 45 years if you don't know how to adapt. To say that she is unfit as if she can't manage paperwork, that's not even a computer, it's paperwork. That to me and to her was the biggest insult out of everything, is that given her life, she is considered unfit. And that was the last day that she worked. Of course, what did the New Mexico Board of Nursing base that on? It was based on her not requesting a hearing that she didn't know she had to have. I will say that based on the complaint form submitted to the New Mexico Board of Nursing, it says that she deliberately falsified the documentation to cover up an error. They acknowledged it was in fact an error. They didn't say she took the narcotics, she swallowed the narcotic, she lost narcotic. They identified that it was an error. And of course, as a response to that error, they put her on immediate suspension and launched an investigation. That was at 5:15 that morning. If she was put on suspension and sent home at 5:15 that morning, how could she be there at 11:30 that same day serving appeal for seizures? Why would she need to be serving appeal for seizures? If even their documentation says that the last seizure activity was documented on June 29th, 2022. And outside of those reasons being in those holes in her statement, I believe that we have presented enough based on her testimony, my testimony, and the evidence not only submitted by the state, but by the state of New Mexico and Laguna Rainbow, that she should have never lost her license to nurse to begin with in New Mexico, which we understand that is what Mississippi is basing her revocation on. Is it being revoked from another state who clearly did not give her due process, which she is entitled to as a U.S. citizen? And with that, anything else?
You just had a newborn son. I'm a great grandmother. I just wanted to let y'all.
We rest our case.
Mr. Walker may have some questions for you now, and then the board may have some questions for you, Mr. Thomas.
Sure.
Mr. Thomas, you agree with me on page 13 of this final decision that New Mexico issued? They have a finding of fact, correct?
So let me get there. You said page 13.
Yes, labeled 13 in the exhibits.
And that would be the state's exhibits, correct?
Yeah, it's labeled page 13. It's the first page of the order.
Yes, the final decision.
So all these, everything that's listed under these finding of fact, or what that New Mexico board, the hearing they held, these are the finding of facts based on this order. You agree with me on that?
Yes.
So, and they also signed off and it's certified. You agree with me on that?
Yes, but I wanted to bring a,
My question is, do you realize that these are now a finding of fact that a hearing has been held? So there is no question on these facts. You understand that?
well, based on my interpretation, says that a hearing wasn't held because it wasn't requesting. So where has a hearing been held? It said she never requested a hearing,
Right.
which is why it was revoked.
Right. She was noticed. But that's my point. So these, after they made a decision,
Mhm.
this is the finding of facts that they ordered. And at the bottom, it says final decision, default order. It actually says that at the top. You see that? So this is what the New Mexico Board of Nursing found. Correct?
Yes. But I want to
You-
make
you
sure
would-
we're clear. It's based on
That was
number
only-
4,
What,
unless explained
I
or
didn't ask
rebutted at a formal hearing.
I'm asking you, do you see the findings of fact and they're in this order?
Yes.
That's my only question. And that was ordered by the New Mexico Board of Nursing, correct?
Correct.
And so on page 12, where it says, I do by here certify this is a complete and accurate document on file with the New Mexico Board of Nursing. You see that? Certifying this order.
On 13.
It's on page 12.
Let's see. Give me a moment to get in order. You said page 12?
Correct.
Okay, what was your question again?
It says that this is a certified copy, correct?
Correct.
And it's labeled B6 and it starts B6 that goes from 12 to page, what stops on page 16. It's literally the order. You see that?
Yes.
So it certifies that this order is a copy that's received from the New Mexico Board of Nursing, right?
Right.
And so, if you will, look at back on page 14 and 7 and 8 specifically, it references, New Mexico does in their order, the law that states they are well within their means and their rules and regulation laws. And it specifically says in 8, the board may take the action contemplated in the notice, and such action shall be final and not subject to judicial review. And they state their statutory authority for that.
Mhm.
So by New Mexico's order, right, you said this was a finding of facts, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that they've stated the law that gives them authority to do this?
Yes,
Okay. And as you just stated, this is a certified copy of that order, correct?
correct.
All right. And so if you will look back on page 8 with me.
Mhm.
Charge 1 states, I'm not going to read the whole charge. But would you agree that it similarly says that if you receive an out-of-state action in another jurisdiction, that certified copy of the order is prima facie evidence?
I believe that
Now, I'm not asking you what I believe. I'm asking if that's what charge 1 says.
I know that we are not here to discredit Mississippi's Board of Nursing of why you made the decision. There is no
I'm not-
objection.
I'm not asking you that. My question is a yes or no. Is charge 1, does it state that it's prima facie evidence that certified copy is evidence she's in violation of the code?
Yes, for Mississippi,
No
yes.
further questions, John.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Thomas? Questions? All right, at this time, Ms. Magnuson, if you have anything you want to add before we, conclude, well, no, I'm sorry. We're gonna conclude the hearing now and, start with closing statements, because do you have any other witnesses you want to call?
No.
All right, and so do you rest at this time?
Thank you.
So, we'll conclude the hearing now and begin with open closing statements. Beginning with Mr. Walker, and then you'll have an opportunity to give your closing statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to reiterate to the panel that we're only here today because on the only charges that she received action in another state. That's considered unprofessional conduct as stated in charge 2. Charge 1 is violation of nurse practice law, which specifically states that a certified copy of that order is prima facie evidence, which means there's no question. It's all you need. I understand there's underlying issues with their investigation that could be discussed. That's not what we're here today about. All we're here today is that she got her license revoked, her privilege to practice revoked in New Mexico. That's the only charges today in dispute. There's no question we presented clear and convincing evidence of that. We've met the statutory requirement. Thank you, Ron.
Ms. Magnuson, a closing statement from you?
It's a lot of legal words. I don't quite I'm just a simple person. I don't quite understand, why I don't understand how this actually got to this point. And if there was something that I did, I'm truly sorry for it, but these accusations were totally unfounded. At first I was worried, sick over it. My husband tried to calm me down. But now, I've taught so many nurses, so many things. And I've had a wonderful, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I got where I wanted to be. The people that I was with was supportive. They believed in me. And they trusted me. And for something like this to happen, like I said, it's just tore my heart to pieces. I don't really know how to respond to stuff like this, because there's a lot of words illegally, but I had nothing to do with any of this. And these accusations are wrong. And I'm sorry that y'all have to be involved in I'm just sorry to come to this. If I had known, things might be different. But there was a whole lot going on in my life at that time, in these past few months. And if something was missed, I take full responsibility for it and I'm sorry, but I didn't get anything. And this is worse than any scary ride at any park. This has just torn me to pieces.
Thank you, Ms. Magnuson.
I just hope that these young girls coming into this have the ideals that I had for nursing. And I always hold it as an honor. My son said, this board has discretion, and you ask for grace.
Thank you, Ms. Magnuson. This concludes the hearing in case number 2024-1064 involving the licensee, Ms. Irma Magnuson, license number P-318978. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. Yeah. Right, we are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision at this time. And case number 2024-1064 involving the licensee, Ms. Irma Magnuson. The board finds the licensee guilty as charged. The penalty imposed is a restricted license for 12 months. Some of a formal reprimand will be issued, a $500 fine, and a single state license. That's it, and you'll receive a written order in the mail within 45 days or less. That's it. Do you have any questions for me?
As far as the fine, is that based on this revocation here just from Mississippi and Mexico still remains a separate issue? Or is that?
Mexico, yeah, the Mexico order is definitely a separate issue. If that's something she wants to pursue and appeal or something, I don't know what the procedures are out there, but yeah, that's separate from this. Mississippi is solely based on she was found guilty of the charges that were in the complaint she's received in Mississippi. Fine is, and there's no revocation here of her license. She is just, you understand that?
It's just, you said restricted.
It restricted, and the restriction is that she basically can work in Mississippi and not, the different states.
Okay, not Alabama. And how long does she have to pay this fine?
90 days from the date the executive director signs the order. So when she receives the order, which is 90 days after receipt of that, the order was spelled out too.
And after 12 months, she can earn a full license or?
She can seek to have this license, her Mississippi license restored without the restriction of it being a single state, correct? And part of the order will require her to meet with the compliance officer. And so at that time, when she meets with her, if she has any other questions, she should ask me. And that's it. Any other questions?
Would this be concurrent, 12 months concurrent, pending, whether she gets back into nursing right now or not? Or is this order on pause while she's out nursing?
This order is in effect, will be in effect. She'll receive the order within 45 days. Then when the executive director is signed it, so that's the effective date. And then there's a appeal period. And if she chooses to appeal, then there's a process. But if not, then the order is in effect. And then for 12 months from the date of that order, she is under a restricted license, which means that single stated and can only work here in Mississippi during that 12-month period. And if she wants to get that lifted at the expiration of that 12-month period, she can file a petition for restoration with the Mississippi Board.
Do we pay the fine at the Attorney General's office or we pay it with you?
Here's the board. Yep, we pay it here. Now that's due 90 days, 90 days after the executive director executes the order. Well, the board executes the order.
Ms. Magnuson, I would like, on behalf of all of us, we would like to say thank you for your dedication and your years of service as a nurse. Personally, I really appreciate your love of the nursing profession, so thank you. Good luck.
But I do have a question. We put on that national, I got a letter that this was put on that national register where you can't work for Medicaid patients, Medicare patients. How is this supposed to work?
Might want to talk to the compliance officer about that question. If she can help you with it, because you might have to, okay.
I think you guys have all been very gracious and I think y'all are doing a very good job.
This concludes the announcement of the board's decision in that matter.
Thank you so much.
Please excuse me.
I'd like, Julie Boucher, which is my sponsor and one of my best friends, open up the, I was the other lady, I don't know about this. I've known Jennifer since right after she got her, right after she left rehab, she came and saw me through AA, and I have watched her grow. I watched her struggle, not struggle with drug use, but I've watched her struggle with personality defects and how perception plays a role in how she feels about things and how those feelings can lead to her relapsing and how to watch for those triggers. She always calls. No matter when it or where it is, she calls or she texts, can you talk? Sometimes it's text, I need a hug. And we've been doing that for the last 5 years and helped me. And I watched her help a lot of other newly recovering nurses as well. I watched her help addicts that we encounter in the hospital. We used to work in the same facility. We don't any longer. I watched her work really, really hard during COVID. The stress that put on any nurse, much less a nurse in recovery, with the amount of patients who saw dying, was tremendous. And she came through that with flying colors, and I was very proud of her. She's always, the first one to go into battle, and she's always the last one standing when it's over to make sure everybody else is okay.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, any questions for Ms. Boucher?
Just a few. Thank you for coming. And you said you're a sponsor, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you're also an RN?
I am.
How long have you been an RN?
Since 2003.
Oh, wow. And how long have you've known her for 5 years?
I am.
Where'd y'all work at together?
Memorial Hospital in Gulfport.
And how long have you been her sponsor?
For the 5 years.
For the 5 years?
Yes,
So when you started working with her?
yes.
So were you in recovery too? How long have you been in recovery?
Since 2013.
So you're kind of familiar with all of them.
Absolutely.
Are you working, and this may be a fair question, I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No.
I just want to know your thoughts, because if you're her sponsor and you've worked with her, I think you would probably know more than anybody, correct? Are you worried about her relapse at all? No?
The tools she has acquired in those 5 years, and I'm not her only resource by any means. She has acquired she's acquired lots of resources. It's late and life is busy and not everybody is always available, but she's acquired lots of resources to use. And I think she's going to be.
They turned it off. I think she's gonna do well without any issues.
Can you kind of elaborate? And if you can't, that's fine, because we'll ask her too, but can you elaborate on any resources? You said she's acquired resources, and that's why you're not worried she's gonna relapse.
But she's not only acquired resources in nursing, like she has lots of friends that have been in recovery for years that are in nursing. And she also has friends outside of nursing that are in recovery that she depends on a great deal.
Have you, since you've been working with her, she's been under a board order, have you noticed any issues or any concerns?
No, sir.
Is there anything that gives you, any pause that she would be able to maintain what she's doing now without being monitored?
I think she'll be just fine. I've watched her go through relationship issues. I've watched her go through issues raising children and children not wanting to do what they're supposed to do. And, those almost grown children that know it all. So yeah, I think she'll do very well.
You're and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but your testimony is that you've seen her go through challenges and she's made it. Is that,
Absolutely.
I don't have any further questions, John.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for Ms. Forshey?
I have a question. So, I echo Mr. Walker's appreciation for you being here and speaking, on her behalf, and certainly congratulate you on your own sobriety.
Well, thank you.
Do you have children? Grandchildren?
Don't want to know how many.
No, I'm getting to, because people will say, I love my children, but I really love my.
Oh, absolutely. Grandchildren are the best.
There you go. So if your grandchild was in the hospital and his or her life depended on the care of Miss Williams, would you have any hesitation?
Absolutely not.
That's all.
Any additional questions? Any redirect Miss
Appreciate.
Ms. Williams, well, yeah, Ms. Williams, Ms. Fonseca, if you wanna address anything that was brought up during your cross-examination by the Mr. Walker and the board, then she can do that now, Ms. Fonseca can. Nothing? All right, do you release the attendance witness at this time? Do you? Yes, ma'am. Release her, okay. So now is your opportunity to present your case in support of your petition and also be subject to cross-examination.
Like Julia said, we've worked together through this whole process. I did COVID on the unit for 2021, 22. I thought almost was going to kill me. Like every 3 months, I was losing somebody that had been in my life for 20+ years. It was rough. Resuscitating a friend at home is not good. But I'm still clean and sober. And I really, truly believe if it was not for this program, and like Julie said, the tools, I don't act on my emotions today. I don't act and jump. I stop. I pause. My mouth doesn't always pause. I'll just say that for real. My mouth doesn't always pause because I am very blunt most of the time. But I take care of every one of my patients to the best of my ability. And I've even taken care of her son. So yeah. Since then, switched jobs. I've been my new job since April. I've been employee of the month now. I'm nursing supervisor. I mean, I do what I'm supposed to. And like I said, this has been the best lesson I've ever learned. Everybody associated with is in recovery. That's all I got.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Walker?
Yeah, Your Honor, I just got a few questions. Ms. Williams, for the record, we just state your name and your current place of employment.
Jennifer Williams, Gulfport Behavioral Health,
Can you tell us how long you've been at Gulfport Behavioral Health?
since August.
August. Where were you working while you were under this order? I know y'all worked together and I didn't write that down. I apologize. Where were you at before Gulfport Behavioral? And how long were you there?
10 years.
10 years. And then you left?
Yes, sir.
Your employee reports, they were fine. I didn't see any issues. Can you tell us why you left Gulfport or Memorial Hospital, Memorial there?
There was an issue with insulin, and there was an accusation that I had took it, and which was totally false. Like it was regular sliding scale insulin. Like I was like, what does that got to, and it was best to, they were reporting it to y'all. And I really, they said we terminated right there, and, I can go back in June if I choose, but I believe, it was my higher power doing for me what I could not do for myself, because that floor I was on was toxic. I was on a neurosurgery floor. It was toxic with the employees and stuff, but I was dedicated to the patients and making sure they could get up and all these things. Cause the newer nurses weren't making them get out of bed and they weren't, doing things they had to do. And so I was staying. And because of that incident, I'm gone. And now I'm at a mental health doing substance abuse, talking to patients and as I just, like I said, I just became nursing supervisor. So I just truly believe that all that happened for me to be where I need to be.
Is that on page 6 in the exhibits, I think it's B5, this is your petition? And that, are you referencing that incident there that you talked about in your petition?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I can agree with that, yeah.
Did you have any other, cause doesn't look like this was substantiated, but did you have any other issues while you were there? You were there for 10 years. So that's
No,
it.
sir. Yeah, no, sir. And that was, I truly believe it was a personality issue. Because they knew I was getting off the board, these other positions, and I made them do what they were supposed to. On my watch, you're gonna do what you're supposed to. Julie was also the lead nurse on a different floor, and they would say, they didn't want to work with us because you don't take care of the patients. You're not gonna sit on your phone, you're not gonna do those things. I mean, I'm not saying I'm that person. You go in the back, get on your phone. You can't do it in the hallway because then families assume you've been sitting there all day. So it's about, like she said, perception. And so I just believe there's a lot of stuff that played into it. But if you read all my reports from my employer, no, I come to work, I do what I'm supposed to.
Yeah, I went through your reports. You had good reports. I guess that was kind of why after 10 years, what changed, I guess, because your employer reports for the whole time looks like or what we have a record of,
Yeah.
have been good. So you just think it was a perception? Is that what you're saying changed?
That floor was, my head nurse was younger and there was a lot of cliques and stuff that went on. And there were different positionings opening. And the fact that I'm getting off the board, they were afraid that I was going for these positions and it would make everybody's life difficulty. And I'll just tell you that, like I told them, this is the only job I've applied for there. I don't want the other jobs. I didn't want anything to do with other than the job I was doing, but it was really a personality, the clique issue.
So you said you've been at this, your new place since August, correct?
Yes, sir.
You plan on staying there? What are your plans for the future?
I love my job there. I plan on staying there. Like I said, I just accepted the position of nurse supervisor, actually this Monday. And they're redoing their chemical dependency thing, and being a part of that is amazing. It keeps me where I need to be.
I don't see where you've had any positives on your drug screens other than prescriptions. Can you tell us what your date of sobriety is?
1/12/18.
Are you taking any medications currently? What are you currently taking?
My blood pressure, cholesterol, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, just your medication.
Yeah, Norvasc, Prevacid, hydrochlorothiazide, Synthroid, and Wellbutrin.
How long have you been taking the Wellbutrin?
Probably 7 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of your support system, what kind of support system you have?
I have Julie. My sister lives with me. I have my sister, my daughter's in nursing school. She graduates in May. I have my daughter, my son. My recovery family, I try to tell people, they're like my mosaic cross. I got to pick up all the pieces that fit. And like I said, everybody I deal with on the outside of work is in recovery. Going to meetings, like I was just telling Julie about, they have a thing in Panama City that I've already booked the room for in April. Like, it's everybody I associate with is in recovery. I have hundreds of numbers I could call.
You said earlier that this order was a little bit of and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you think it saved you, is that correct?
I
Can
do.
Can you tell us why you said that?
When I say my life has completely changed, I divorced my husband. I moved out of the house that I lived in for 20 years. Don't drive the same car. Nothing I do is like I was then. And I think if it wasn't for this, I'd have stayed stuck. And I was miserable. And I knew I was miserable, but I couldn't do anything about it.
So what, you're not in that same place now, is that?
No, look, no. I left him the house, everything. You can have it. I don't want it. I need it. I bought my own house. No.
What do you have in place now to ensure that, for lack of a better word, that ensures that you don't really slip up, essentially?
Like I said, between my sponsor, my sponsees that watch me, like I said, my sister lives with me, my employer, I work in a substance abuse, so they would know, like, and a lot of people work there in recovery, so I have eyes everywhere to make sure that I'm not, and I have no desire. I have no desire. I don't have a desire to drink. I don't have a desire to eat. I don't have a desire. That's not who I am anymore. I don't have that hole to fill anymore. It's filled. I don't need to fill it with substances.
You think you'll still attend your meetings?
Absolutely.
And I'm sure keep in contact with your sponsor?
Oh, yeah.
I guess that one of the last things I have, if you were sitting on the panel and you were hearing your case, what would give you the biggest concern about lifting your restrictions? Or essentially removing the monitoring from?
Anybody that's in recovery, like we think of like when you got the monitoring that it's okay, it's gonna make sure they do what they're supposed to and all that stuff. And, it's a concern for people because people relapse. I've seen people relapse after 20 years. It's because they stopped doing the things that got them clean. Like I said, I go to the meetings, I do the thing I'm supposed to. And let me just say, if I wanted to cheat on some of the drug tests, I could have. I'm an addict. I can find ways and means and all that stuff. I didn't want to. I was tired of that hole. And because of this, I got it filled. And I'm able to look at myself again and be okay with who I see.
The last thing I have is why do you think the restrictions on your license should be removed?
Because I've completed the things that y'all have asked, that the board has asked of me. And I was actually supposed to be done in June, and yeah.
No further questions, John.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for Ms. Williams?
So congratulations on 7 years. I'm just curious, what has been the one thing that you would attribute to your sobriety over this last 7 years? If you can pinpoint one thing that has helped you to maintain and will continue to help you maintain.
I have a real support system today. You grow up and you have the friends that you see or whatever, you think just because you grew up together, that's your friend, that you're always going to have your back. The people that I attend groups with and stuff like that, they check on me. They just call to see how I'm doing. It's not because they want me to go on the boat or want to do this, that, the other. It's just to see how I am. And that has been the one thing that's made me maintain, is that there is a family. And we stick together because we all know what it's like to be at the bottom.
Thank you.
I have a couple. So, Ms. Williams, just a few things. You said you're just recently been selected or appointed as a supervisor. So who is your supervisor right now?
Susan Bodine.
So you still have a supervisor?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
She's the head nurse. I would be like the shift supervisor.
Got it.
They call it yes.
Thank you. Okay, to clarify. And then, have you had any other sponsors, other than, Ms. Fouché?
I've had when Ms. Fouché has had multiple surgeries. And I've have another lady that I do call. And she assists me when I need it, but as far as like working steps and stuff, it's been with Julie, but as far as like, I've called multiple women and men, even though they tell us not to, but I've called multiple older men and that are nurses and talked about things. So I do have other people that sponsor, help sponsor me.
Okay, who is Laura Brazil?
She was one of the first women that, at the AA until we got introduced with Julie.
Okay, so she
Um,
was your initial?
yeah, it wasn't long. I mean, I didn't know who Julie was. They were, yeah.
Trying to match you. Okay. So, the only other question I have, and I think I've read through the emails, but I do want you to have an opportunity to speak to it, is, the board's exhibit 8, which is an affidavit and formal reprimand for a positive, if I'm reading this right, a positive screen for cannabinoids,
CBD.
because you were taking gummies. Can you speak to that?
I can. I have cervical issues and I have lumbar issues, and I can't take the pain medicine. It doesn't work. Hence that's why I got addicted. Like, it doesn't work. And the doctor I've had injections. I need surgery, but I'm scared of surgery because I worked on the neuro floor. I'm like, every time I have somebody neck or back surgery, they're back 2 years later getting another one. I'm not trying to do that. And it was a suggestion, and I did not realize that the CBD was the same. I knew it was a derivative, but I didn't think it had any of the marijuana type properties in it. I thought it was like the holistic. I didn't realize. So yes, ma'am, I did. I was taking it for yeah.
Okay, do you take those today?
No, ma'am. Mm-mm.
Okay, so how did you learn that they did, I guess these gummies include THC?
I did have a positive screen that it was undetermined. It was positive, but it was under the number, but it was still, so it was undetermined, but still that, and I talked to the doctor at the Spectrum and we discussed it because he was asking where it came from, and I sent him pictures of which specific thing because it just said hemp. It was supposed to be just the plant part that, yeah. And I discussed it with him.
Right. And so you actually paid an additional $500 fine for violation of the order. So how do you, what's your pain management plan?
To this day, I take Neurontin, 800 milligrams of Motrin in the morning. Usually by midtime during the day, I take a couple Tylenols, sleep on the heating pad. I got, I don't know if you know what a Smushmallow is. It's there's probably like 5 of them on my bed that I place in different areas to stay comfortable. It's just, I realized through this process that the pain medicine never worked. It just kind of covered it up. And then it stopped working. So even when I got in my full-blown addiction, I was still hurting. So it did no good. So you learn to deal with it. And so I just deal with it. Like, we were sitting there talking, like, my fingers are numb, but you just deal with it.
Drug of choice is?
Was oxycodone.
Okay. And do you use alcohol?
No, ma'am.
None.
No, none. It's nasty and it makes me swell. Like, I don't know, like, I'm just saying it's nasty. It makes me swell. Like, I'm not saying when I was in my 20s, I drank but anytime before that, I don't know, like, anytime I drank, the next day, my hands would be swollen, and the whole idea of that is just not, and I would get sick. My body was, I guess, helping me out, I guess. Like, so it's nasty to me. So
Okay.
even before this, I didn't drink.
Thank you. Thanks also for being here and your honesty. I appreciate it.
Ms. Williams, anything you want to add? Let's talk to the round of questions from Mr. Walker and the board. Any other witnesses you have to go?
No, ma'am.
Right, do you rest at this time?
Yes.
Right, we can begin now with closing statements, starting with you and then Mr. Walker.
I'm just here to request that my license becomes like whole again. I guess I don't even know what the right word is. Because I've completed what I'm supposed to. I was listening to the lady before. I graduated in 95. So I'm coming up on 30 years of doing this. And I still pick bedside because that's what I picked. Because that's where I feel like I can help them the most. And I just wish that y'all would, I just pray y'all take in consideration the fact that I've done the things that you've asked.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Walker?
Thank you. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Williams is here today asking the panel to remove those stipulations that were placed on her license. She has the burden to prove why they should be removed. When considering to remove them, we just ask you to consider her compliance with the board order, the events that led to those stipulations being put on her license, her ability to remain in compliance with the rules and regulations governing nursing, and lastly, her ability to practice nursing safely without any monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2024-0587 involving the licensee Jennifer Williams. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I will make that motion.
For a second,
A second.
all in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? All right, the board is now in executive session and
Back on the record, I will announce the board decision at this time.
Your Honor,
Oh,
we're minus a court report.
and I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0587 involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Williams, license number R-851-99988. On her petition to remove stipulations, the board granted the petition. This concludes the announcement of the board's decision in this matter.
Congratulations.
That we have an ASP that was on the docket. He signed an ASP, Mr. Carlisle. We'll present that and we deliberate on that at lunch.
Oh, okay, yeah, well, let's go into executive session on that. Let me about the case number. Okay, so, we concluded, that last hearing. This is.
All right, at this time, the board will consider a proposed ASP presented in case number 2021-0998 and case number 2022-0093 involving the licensee, Mr. Michael Jason Carwile. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into executive session. I'm sorry, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this ASP.
Make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and we're returning it with this decision in this matter, which should be within an hour because the board will also take lunch at that time. So let's plan to return back at 12:45. Thank you.
recess. I'm sorry, after the board went into executive session to deliberate on an ASP. And so I will announce the board's decision on that matter. Case number 2021-0998, case number 2022-0093, involving the licensee, Michael Carwell, license number P-326397. The board accepted the ASP. I'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2022-0111, involving the licensee, Leanna Wilner, license number R-878703. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the panel for this case to state your names for the record.
Mary Stewart. Janie Clanton.
Jeremy Cummins.
I understand Ms. Sandra Culpepper will serve as the alternate for this hearing panel. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee, Ms. Leanna Wilner, present? And Ms. Wilner, are you represented by an attorney? Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you? And you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf? And do you understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board? And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed without an attorney? Now, I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. If you're going to testify, please state your name for the record. Are you testifying, Ms.?
Oh, yeah, Leanna Wilner.
Okay, and Mr. Walker, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Dwayne Jameson.
At this time, the court will swear you both in.
We solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to admit into evidence B1 through B16.
Ms. Wilner, do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits B1 through B16 into the record for today's hearing?
I don't have any.
No objections?
No objection.
So the exhibits B1 through B16 are admitted. Ms. Wilner, do you have any exhibits you want to have admitted?
This says everything.
Right, so we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. If the parties are ready to begin, we can start now with opening statements, starting with Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Ms. Wilner is here today because of her actions in January and February of 2022. On January 19th, 2022, she tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines. She credited this to diet pills she took from a friend. The following month in February, she went to eat lunch in her car and fell asleep for approximately 2 hours and was terminated. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the licensed Ms. Wilner as it sees fit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Wilner, any opening statement from you?
Yeah, that is not quite correct. The drug screen was positive for those, and I did admit to taking some diet pills that my friend had bought over the counter. I have no idea what they were. She gave them to me, and probably not a wise decision. But this was all in the same time frame. I did go to lunch. This was during COVID. So that was my 30 minutes that I got to take my mask off because I wore N95 all day long. I worked in the ER, excuse me, at the ER in Providence, and every patient I took care of had COVID. And a lot of times I was in the back which I gave all the injections whenever they would test positive. So we knew all of them were positive. So they would get their treatments in the back, which were the sub-Q injections, which followed the infusions. So I would go sit in my car for my 30-minute lunch and eat my lunch. I was working 4 and 5 days a week, and I was exhausted. I would work 6 to 6 was our scheduled time. And there was lots of times that I never even went to the bathroom before 4 o'clock in the afternoons because we were so busy, which is not really acceptable, but you know, I was kind of forgotten back there. So yes, I did go sit in my car and I was gone for over my time. I don't think it was quite 2 hours, but I was gone for over my time. And I was kicked back with my eyes closed. Was I asleep? Probably not. Because, I mean, as soon as she come up, Leanna, I was like, hey, you know, I was really just taking a breather. I've been a nurse for almost 17 years. I've never had anything to like get me in trouble or anything. I've never been before the board. To be honest, I never would have took a drug screen. I would have just quit if I knew I was taking drugs. I'm not a drug addict. I mean, I did take some diet pills. This is what she told me because I was exhausted. But I never would have put my license in jeopardy. And then I read through here, which I didn't know these questions were done by my manager, but if you go to his questionnaire, which he told me he would have to report me to the board. I understood. I talked to Miss Redmond and I emailed her a copy because I got another job immediately after that. And that was the pre-employment drug screen that I sent her that was all negative. I emailed her and I talked to her on the phone that day and I emailed her my statement telling her that what I had done and that I apologized. That was lack of my better judgment. And I have not taken anything that I did not know what it was. Since then, learned my lesson. I've never done anything to jeopardize my patient care. I've wanted to be a nurse since I was probably 8 or 9 years old. All my little cousins would run around and they'd have their little bobos on their knees and I'm like, oh, come here, let me doctor it. I mean, I just always wanted to be a nurse. But Byron Pierce was my manager at the time, and his questionnaire, the first question was, has my quality of work diminished? And he did say yes. Difficulty in completing tasks in a timely manner. Yeah, I was exhausted. We all were. I mean, every one of us, we were all working 4 and 5 days a week, 12-hour shifts. And we had to wear an N95. We were probably all dehydrated because, you know, it's hard to take those off and get something to drink. But then if you read the rest of them, has the associate made any mistakes? No. Has the associate been involved in any accident on the job? No. Has the associate placed others at risk? No. Is the associate able to perform assigned duties? Yes. I made a mistake. I took something that I probably shouldn't have and I didn't know what it was, but I'm by far a drug addict or addicted to drugs or use drugs. So I come here just, you know, I made a mistake and I was tired. And we all were. You know, I lost my grandmother during COVID, due to COVID. And I saw lots of people my age that were being coded right in the next room that were 35 years old. And here I am 40 or I was 42. And it was devastating to the whole country.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Walker, if you're ready, you may call your first witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Mr. Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, we state your name and your current place of employment for the record.
Wayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since March of 1991.
What is it that you do here at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
So you're familiar with the investigation process of the licensees of this board?
Yes,
Okay, would you look at page 4 and identify that for the record, please?
page 4 is the license verification for Leanna Gail Adams Wilder,
When does it say that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
January 28, 2008,
And what was she licensed as?
as a registered nurse.
All right, and if you would, look at page 7. Will you identify that for the record as well?
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint.
And who's listed on that complaint? Who's named? I'm sorry.
Leanna Gail Lambert Adams Wilder.
What are the charges? And you can just sum them up that are against Ms. Wilner in that complaint.
Okay, these charges include allegations of practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substances. It also charges Ms. Wilner with possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed.
Are there any facts listed in that complaint to support those charges?
Yes.
Can you summarize those, please?
Okay, specifically, it references January 19th, 2022, when the respondent took a pre-employment drug screen. She tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines. It further states that while working on February 1st, 2022, at Ascension Providence in Mobile, Alabama, she was found to sleep in her car after going to lunch and not returning for over 2 hours.
Okay. Let's look next at page 15. Can you tell us what this is on page 15?
Okay, page 15 is a medical review officer report.
Who's named as the donor on that report?
Leanna Wilner.
And what is listed as the collection date for the specimen on that report?
The collection date was January 19th, 2022.
Does it have the results of that specimen on there as well?
Yes, the results is that it was confirmed positive for amphetamines and methamphetamine.
All right. Turn over to page 18 for us. For the record, can you identify what this is?
Page 18 is a statement that was emailed from Leanna Wilner to Ms. Sharice Redmond, one of our former investigators.
Was she originally assigned to this case?
Yes.
Okay. So what does Ms. Wilner say in her statement to Ms. Sharice?
In her statement, Ms. Wilner acknowledged that she did take some diet pills that a friend gave her.
And she didn't deny the drug screen?
No, she did not.
Did she admit to taking medication that was not hers?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Turn over another page to page 20 for me. Can you state what this is for the record?
Okay, page 20 is a reasonable suspicion observation checklist.
What's the date on this?
The date is February 1st, 2022.
And does it say why this form should be completed?
Yes, it states that this form must be completed prior to a reasonable suspicion testing.
And can you tell us what's marked on this checklist that you just identified?
Inconsistency in quality of work, high/low period of productivity, and sleeping.
Okay. And what's written in as the behavior that was observed on this checklist?
It's written that the respondent was found asleep in her vehicle after being off the unit for 2 hours. Associate does not remember the event. Nurse is consistently late for duty.
Okay. Thank you. And then if you will, look at on page 22. Can you tell us what this shows?
Page 22, is a termination notice, corrective action form.
Can you tell, what was the date, the termination date?
Termination date was February 2nd, 2022.
And do they list a reason for that date?
Basically, the explanation was that the nurse left the department to sit in the car and eat lunch. Leanna was found in her car asleep after being off the unit for 2 hours.
And was she drug screened after that?
Yes, she was drug screened.
On page 19, is this that drug screen?
Yes, this is that particular drug screen.
What were the results of that drug screen?
That drug screen was negative.
So she was negative on this screen, but in February of the month prior, I'm sorry, in the previous one, she was positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines.
That's correct.
Based on this investigation, did you determine that she did in fact have a positive drug screen?
Yes, there was a positive drug screen.
No further questions, John.
All right, Ms. Wilner, if you have any questions for Mr. Jamison, you can ask.
This drug screen I emailed to Miss Redmond because this was my pre-employment at Biloxi Regional where I had gotten a new drug screen.
Ms. Wilner,
I mean, a new job.
if you have a question for him, you can ask the question.
Oh,
Yeah, but obviously you
I
can,
don't have any questions.
okay, no questions for him. Any questions for,
Mr. Jamison from the board?
Okay, so, on B9, on page 19, it says the date specimen collected is 2/25/22. So my question is that the same one that you're referencing from the February 1st, 2022?
Which,
Okay, so the question, if I'm following, which is a good
Which
chance it may
verse,
not
yeah.
be. On page 22, the termination that you just spoke about is dated 2/2/22. And it says that she left the unit and slept for 2 hours. And then Mr. Walker said, and then did she do a drug screen after that? And I believe you said yes. And then we referenced page 19, which is B9, as that drug screen. Is that correct?
yes,
But this drug screen on B9 is dated 2/25/22 at Merit Health Biloxi.
that is the date on the drug screen. Yes,
Okay, but so this particular drug screen was not done the same date that she was terminated. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And then on page 23, this may not be appropriate to ask Mr. Jamison, but because it didn't come up, but the date of incident, since it's that same document, Exhibit B11, it says the date of incident is 1/15/2022. Is that correct?
I wouldn't be able to address that particular, whether that's an accurate date or not.
Okay. Does it, in your investigation, and your understanding that there was one incident that was a 2-hour delay in care because she was asleep in her car?
Yes, there's only one incident with reference to 2 hours.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Jamison?
Mr. Jameson, on page 15. I'm just asking this because I've never seen it before, so maybe you can explain to me. 1/19 is the date of the event. Is that the date of the event when she was found asleep in her car? 1/19.
I would have to refer back.
My question is, did she have this drug screen after she was found in her car asleep?
There are two different incidents. There's one incident that was, I believe, in January, and then there was an incident in February.
Okay.
So the
So do we know if this drug screen B7 was done? I guess my question is, what was the reason for this drug screen? Is it because she was found asleep in her car, or was it because of some erratic behavior? I mean, do you?
Okay, the initial drug screen, I'm not sure. The second drug screen was after she was found asleep in the car. But the initial drug screen, I would have to go back and research that to find out the reason for that.
Because there's one day, 1/19, it says collected 1/19/2022 at 12 a.m. And then it says MRO received. Don't know, I guess that's medical review received. That's when the results were received. 10 days later on 1/29 and the report on 1/31. And that's where it's showing that she's positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines.
Okay, the January drug screen for January 9th, 2022 was actual pre-employment drug screen.
The January 19th, 2022.
January 19th, 2022 is a pre-employment drug screen.
So, okay. So that's a pre-employment drug screen. And then the drug screen that was done in February, on February the 28th of 2022 was that wasn't after this event. Was that another pre-employment drug screen?
Yes,
So both were pre-employment drug screens.
right. And the date on that one is actually February 25th.
And it was negative. Okay, thanks.
That February 28th date is the verification date, the MRO verification.
I see. Thank you.
All right, any additional questions for Mr. Jameson?
Can I just clarify the timeline? So we did a pre-employment drug screen for, I don't even know where this is for. Anyway, it's the Quest Diagnostics B7. That was done on the 19th, and that's a pre-employment. But it wasn't resulted, Ascension Providence, thank you. And then that was not reported until the 31st. So basically, she did the collection on January the 19th for pre-employment, but it didn't get resulted until January 31st. And it did come back resulted positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines. And then consequently, February the 1st, allegedly, she was found asleep in her car. That was really 12 days after the drug screen.
After the first drug screen.
Right. And then she didn't have another drug screen because she was terminated. She didn't have another drug screen until pre-employment that we know of, except for pre-employment at Merit Health in Biloxi.
Right, in February. In February, yes.
Makes sense, Jeremy?
Yeah, so there wasn't a drug screen done after she was found asleep in her car.
No.
Any additional questions? All right, Mr. Walker, any follow-up questions?
No, I think they cleared it up on their own, so.
All right, do you tender the witness at this time?
I tender the witness.
All right, do you also release him or? And any other witnesses, or does the state rest at this time?
State rests.
All right. Ms. Wilner, now is your opportunity to present your defense against the charges pending against you.
The first drug screen was not a pre-employment drug screen. If you look, there is a verification where they verified my employment with Ascension. In here, sorry, I just have to find it. I was hired July 12th, 2021. And that is B6. So this specimen was taken after the incident happened on January the 15th. This was done on January the 19th. Because it was a weekend. I think it was a Friday or a Saturday. I'm not sure the day of the week. And then I was terminated on 2/22 for supposedly being asleep in my car for 2 hours, which I wasn't gone for 2 hours. And the, there's an incident of there's an incident of where the nurse had wrote me up on February 1st. Had gone to, she says she wrote me up on February 1st that I had gone to lunch like 12 to 1. She didn't know. Cause like I said, I was in that back little section and I was forgotten about a lot of times. And then around 2 to 3, it was brought to her attention, but it was closer to 2 when I actually got to go to lunch. And I was probably gone for about 45 to 50 minutes. I have no way of proving that, but that was probably about how long I was gone. And when the tech come out, she did come to my car window and the window was down and I was just sitting there with my eyes closed, taking a breather, and she come and got me and I went right back in. But I mean, like I said, to be honest, if I would have ever thought that I would have had a positive drug screen, I would never even took one. I would have just quit. But I never once thought that I would have had a positive drug screen. I don't know why it took so long, because I worked for 3 weeks after that drug screen was collected. I thought everything was good. Cause like I said, it was done around the 15th or 19th. It's hard to read that, copy of the little thing that, and she did mark, I see where she had marked pre-employment, but it wasn't on page 17. It just, and then she circled the reasonable suspicion and cause. And it was done on, it was either on the 14th or the 19th. I really can't read. I think my number says the 19th, but hers says the 14th, so I'm not sure. But I don't know why it took, 2 weeks for it to come back before they ever got the results to it. I mean, like I said, I took it and went back to work and continued to work. Now, I was gonna get in trouble for being gone too long, and I had talked to my boss about that, and I was honest. I told him, I'm exhausted. And I asked to cut my hours back down to 3, maybe 4 days a week instead of 4 and 5. And then I told him that, I said, we gotta do something better on these lunch breaks. Cause I mean, there's lots of times that I don't even get to go pee until it's 3:30, 4 o'clock already. And I've been here since 6 o'clock this morning.
Mr. Walker may have some questions for you now, and the board may have some questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Ronnie. Can you just state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
It's Leanna Wilner, and I'm working for Karis Staffing Agency,
Karis Staffing.
Karis Staffing Agency,
How long have you been there?
since December 2nd, if I'm not mistaken.
It's about a month, a little over a month.
I have a 1-year-old that I do in-home care. Has a trach and a peg tube. He's a CPS case for a traumatic brain injury,
So it's home health, is that what it is? essentially?
basically, but for kids.
Yes, okay. And where were you at before that?
I had taken off a little bit because my grandmother had failed, and she was the primary caregiver for my papa that had dementia and was driving her insane. She had hurt her shoulder. So it was just, she needed some help. So I took off, and then, I went back to work and he died a month later, but I went to River Chase village in Goshen, and that's long-term care.
And how long were you at River Chase?
From March to November, October, the end of October, 1st of November. I'm not sure exactly which date.
Last year?
Yes,
A couple, 2 to 3 months? Is that fair to say?
it was about 6 months.
Oh, about
It was it was the beginning of the year, March.
Oh, March. I thought you said October.
Yeah, and then October, November was when I quit.
And before that, before you were at River Chase, where would you?
I was at Biloxi Regional.
Okay.
And then after Biloxi Regional, I had taken off for a good few 6-8 months to take care of my grandparents.
Okay. When were you first licensed?
In 2008. I graduated nursing school in December of 2007 from Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College in Goshen. And I took my boards at the first available date, and that was at the end of January. Then I was a tech on labor and delivery at Ocean Springs Hospital. And then I went straight in as a nurse in labor and delivery.
So this was at
Was at Providence in the ER.
Providence,
Mhm.
and because it's marked, you addressed it too, when you testified a while ago. On page 17, it's marked as pre-employment, but then they also marked reasonable suspicion, right?
Right. I think that was just a mistake.
On 15, it also has the pre-employment, you see that, what the actual results are?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did see that too.
But your testimony is that you were already employed. This letter is true, right?
Right.
Okay.
This is not a pre-employment drug screen. This
Okay.
was due to the incident. So and that's where my employment was like in July
Okay.
21.
So how long were you there again?
From July of 21 until February of 22. Or whatever it was. Was it 22?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
okay.
And it was positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines, right?
Yeah, and I have no idea. I mean, and that's the only thing I can think of is that I had taken those diet pills on an off day. And that's the only thing I can think of. Because I don't take any medications besides maybe some heartburn medicine every now and then. And I mean, I don't take anything else. I mean, that was the only thing that I could possibly think of that could have caused it.
You're not prescribed any type of amphetamines, are you?
No. I'm not prescribed any medicines.
And so the other test on page 19 that shows negative, this was after.
Right. This is after I got the job at Biloxi Regional, and I provided this to Miss Redmond to show her that, like I've never had any of this come about. Like I've never had a positive screen. And this was showing that I got a job right after that. And this was my drug screen for my pre-employment at Biloxi Regional.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because that was a little confusing.
I provided this just to, I mean, whenever I talked to her, I had already had a new job. So, and this was my screening.
You don't deny that you did take some medication, correct?
I took some diet pills. I do admit that. But like I said, that is the only thing that I can think of that I possibly could have caused this. Because other than that, I mean, it's over the counter, like some heartburn medicine or, a Tylenol or Motrin. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of that would ever even cause anything like this.
Were you aware that it is a violation of nurse practice law to take medication that's not legally prescribed to you?
Well, yes, I do know that. But like I said, it was over the counter. We got it off of Amazon, I think.
The other thing that you said you'd have been positive, you just were not taking it and quit.
Right. I mean, if I would have ever thought that I'd have been positive, I mean, and I'm being honest,
You do realize that's also a violation, right?
I do. But I'm being honest. If I would have ever thought that I would have had anything in my system, I would have just refused to take it. And I mean, I didn't. I was like, okay, sure, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, there's nothing, I don't take anything.
The incident with I guess the lunch incident, as you referred to it.
Right.
There are two statements from a Catherine Riddle, and it looks like a Byram.
Byron Pierce was my manager and he was not there. Catherine Riddle was the, head nurse that day.
She's the one that came to your car.
No, she sent a CNA out or a tech.
So a CNA came out while you were on lunch.
Mhm.
You stated earlier in your testimony that where you were asleep, you said probably not. What do you mean probably not?
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't deny that I was sitting with my eyes closed, just taking a breather. Could she have thought I was asleep? Sure. But was I? Probably not. You know, you get what I'm saying? Maybe that's probably not the right words. But I did have my eyes closed, but was I asleep? No. But I did go over my 30 minutes of lunch, not realizing it.
Do you think that you could have caused, because page 23, it looks like that was a description of kind of what the incident, I guess, by your employer. Do you think that your extended lunch could have caused a delay in patient care?
I had reported off to my team member that was back there with me. So yes and no.
Your testimony today is that you don't take any medication or any
No, sir.
illegal substances,
No, sir.
but you did test positive for,
Yes, sir. But like I said, I don't know how I did, but I mean, the only thing that I can ever think of is that I took those diet pills and I mean, it was just a couple. I mean, she's like, here, I got bought these off Amazon, try this. I was like, okay, you know, being stupid.
no further question, John.
Any questions from the board for Ms. Wilner?
Yes, yeah. So, we do appreciate you being honest and forthcoming, and so I'll ask for forgiveness on the front end, because I'm gonna ask them the same questions I asked earlier.
Okay.
So I may just, I'm drinking really good coffee, but, so
Any diet pills from Amazon?
I would not. So I want to go through this timeline, and if you'll, I just want you to verify that I'm
Okay.
on the right page. Okay. So you were employed at Ascension in July of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And then January 15th of 2022, there was an incident where you allegedly were taking too much time. You fell asleep during lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as a consequence of that, it looks like, according to the lab record, on January 19th, they did a drug screen.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Or
you're,
14th. I really don't know the date.
okay,
I can't read it.
okay, so which you're explaining the positive on that because you chose to take over the counter something.
Yes.
Okay, so, and then that was resulted on January 31st or thereabout. Then on February the 1st, there was a second incident of you being asleep in the car.
No, that was when he called me into the office to let me know about it. There was only one incident.
Okay, so on page 25, and this is what Mr. Walker just referenced. Michael Riddle says, on February the 1st, 2022, we'd gone to lunch around 12 to 1. Blah, blah. It brought to my attention that she had not returned from lunch. I attempted to call and text her with no response. And so then they came to your car and they said to find her asleep in her car. So,
That was referring to the date of the incident.
okay, but it
So
says
on February the
date of
1st,
event.
I'm sure that he went to her and said, I need you to write me a statement. But it was only one incident.
Okay, so why did you have the drug screen? So, okay, so you did not go to sleep on February the 1st.
No, ma'am.
Although
All
that's-
this is one incident that was on January the 15th.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I'm following what you're saying. It's inconsistent with what these documents say.
Right. That's why I'm here today.
Okay,
It's
and
because
so,
not everything was correct.
well, I think the charges for why you're here have already been stated. So January the 2nd, then you were terminated, and then you did a pre-employment screening at another facility, February 25th.
Yes, ma'am.
So, there is a comment also about you being consistently late. I think Mr. Jameson read that was on and if, I can find the page. It's on page 20, exhibit B10 at the bottom.
From Byron.
It's- Right, and this was completed on February the 1st at 10 in the morning. Found asleep, being off the unit for 2 hours. Associate does not remember the event. Nurse is consistently late for duty. Can you speak to that?
I live in, I don't know if you know where this is, but Providence is in Mobile, and I take a back road because I live in Big Point, which is north of Pascagoula, and there's a back road, and it's a 2-lane highway, and we work 6 to 6, so I got caught behind a bus a good bit.
So were you,
I mean, when he says consistently late, it was maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And I would always call, oh, y'all, I'm stuck in traffic, I'm coming.
okay, so would you say that's a fair statement that you were consistently late for duty?
Yes and no, because yes, I would tend to run late because I also have a stepdaughter that I had to get dressed and make sure that she was getting to school too, and to be at work on time too. So, and I would get caught behind the bus. So
So if your shift started at 6 in the morning?
6 in the morning till 6 at night
And you're saying that you were caught by a school bus before 6 in the morning?
on that back road. Yes, ma'am. And that would be for like East Central's, Jackson County, Mississippi, their thing, but then also Mobile County. Cause it was like 614 turns into Airport Boulevard. I don't know if you know, or if you're familiar with where I'm talking about, but anyway, Mississippi Highway 614 turns into Airport Boulevard, which is where Providence is located.
Okay,
But there's a back road and it's a 2-lane road and.
okay, okay. Right, I just wanted to verify that.
Right.
This is your,
I
Agreed.
had a lot of tardies.
okay,
Was I consistent like every day late? No, but there were multiple tardies and it was due to,
Okay.
I'm traffic.
that's your justification, okay.
Yes.
So, were you written up prior to this for any, failure to provide care, being late for duty?
Mm-mm.
What about in your history as a nurse? You've been a nurse for a little while. Have you ever been disciplined by an employer for tardiness or patient abandonment? Anything like that? Leaving
Tardiness,
patients?
yes.
Okay,
I'm just like, I'm always like, if anything's gonna happen, it's gonna happen to me, good Lord. So I do tend to run, late or behind, or like I said, if anything's gonna happen, it's gonna happen to me. I have the worst luck. There's a big black cloud. That's what I always call it. If I'm gonna spill my coffee, it's gonna be the day I'm already running behind,
okay,
But other than that, no, I've not been in any kind of trouble.
okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Wilner from the board?
Ms. Wilner, during the time that you ran your car on January the 15th, asleep, were you clocked in or clocked out?
I was clocked out for lunch.
Clocked out for lunch.
Mhm. But I mean, we don't really, I don't think we actually went to the time clock. I can't remember if we actually went to the time clock and actually clock out or clock in. And I can't remember, but, Cause some places require you to clock out for lunch and then some don't. Like you were, okay, here you go take 30 minutes, here you go take 30 minutes. So I want to say yes, but I'm not quite sure if I can't remember.
You were working in the emergency department, right? And I assume it was a sectioned off area for COVID patients.
It was, they used to have it like, as like a fast track for cardiac patients, and then they changed it to the COVID. It was still attached to the emergency room, but there was like a little area and there was like 4 to 6 beds and they had curtains.
Y'all saw a good many patients in there.
Oh, yes, sir.
And how many people were working in the unit? How many nurses?
Sometimes it was only me back there. Sometimes we would have 2. It just kind of depends. And then you had 2 for trauma and 2 for another section. And then it was split off in sections and we team nurse.
All right. Oh,
And then you had a triage nurse.
so I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of time, but I'm gonna do the exact same thing Mary did because I've got a question that jumps in here. 7/21, you're employed.
Okay.
You're found asleep in your car on January 15th.
July, I was.
January the 15th of 22 is when you're found asleep in your car. Okay. And so when you were found asleep in your car, did they ask you to return? You returned to your position and you worked your shift out.
Mhm.
And that was on a Friday or
Friday or Saturday. It was, yes.
So did you work any more during that weekend? So you came back to work and you worked more.
Mhm.
Okay. And then on 1/19, you were called in to do a drug screen,
Right.
which showed you were positive for amphetamines. So they did not do a drug screen on the 15th. They did the drug screen on the 19th.
Right.
Okay. And so it resulted on January 31st, according to the lab report that we have. And then you were called in on February the 1st. Okay. February 1st, February 2nd. You recall? I don't need.
I don't, it was first or
So
second.
here's my
I
question.
think it was the first, and then he
So-
called me the next day and told me that I was terminated.
So is it correct to say that from the time the incident occurred to the time you were terminated, it was about 11 or 12 days?
Yeah,
The
or
thing-
longer.
And you worked during that time, you weren't put on administrative leave,
Mm-mm,
you weren't reprimanded, you weren't
Not
talked to
until-
by anyone?
mm-mm.
All right, and so you were terminated on February 1st, February 2nd, something like that. And then you've shown us where you went, had a pre-employment screen on the 25th. So let me ask this. The day that you fell asleep, would you consider yourself as working under the influence? Because your
Exhausted.
statement was you took a diet pill.
Right. But like I said, that's the only thing I can think of that would have caused it. I had taken those diet pills when I was off. I wasn't even at work.
Okay, but your testimony is that you were not working under the influence, or
No,
you
sir.
were working under.
No, sir, I was not.
And are you testifying that you fell asleep strictly out of exhaustion? If you were asleep, you fell asleep out of exhaustion.
Because like I said, I had to wear an N95 every day, and that was my time to actually take my mask off and breathe. I mean, I had major indentions in my face. So every day I went out there and would sit in my car so I could take my mask off and breathe, and I'd eat my lunch.
And I think I understand you to tell Dr. Stewart that you've never been reprimanded other than for tardiness. You've never
Right.
been reprimanded in the past for any nursing performance.
No, sir.
Okay. So I'm gonna reference page 21, I guess if you're following along.
Okay.
And I believe this would be the termination form that Byron Pierce filled out. But on the second page, he put on there, number 2, has the quality of work diminished? And he said, yes. And then he put on here, difficulty in completing tasks in a timely manner. Can you tell us what he was referring to?
No,
You feel like your performance had diminished?
no. I mean, it was, we were all so busy. So, I mean, I think all of our performance diminished in that
Say it
time.
wasn't necessarily performance, it was more so workload.
Yes. And like I said, there was multiple times that I didn't even get to go to the bathroom or have something to drink before I had been there for hours and hours. Because first of all, you know, normally we would all have our little cups or whatever at the desk, but you had to take your mask off to drink anything. And it was most of the time just not worth it. Sorry. It was just not worth it. You just hurried up and did your thing and you had something else to do right after that.
So now I'm referencing page 22,
Okay.
and this is your termination corrective action form. It says level of action termination. And it says explanation of the concerns that require the termination. It says nurse left the department to sit in the car to eat lunch. You're finding your car asleep after being off the unit for 2 hours. When they terminated you, did they say they were terminating you because you were found asleep for 2 hours, or they were terminating you because you had a positive result at drug screen?
Because I left for 2 hours. Which of course I argued, but I finally just, okay.
Well, I do see page 23 as an addendum to that. That talks about the positive drug screen. I have no other question.
Question. Hey, how are you?
Hey,
What day did you take those pills? You know?
off that week.
Is it during that week?
Yes, it had been it was like it was within that week. I think I worked Sunday and Monday, and I was off Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I worked a 4-day stretch right there, and I had taken them with those 2 days that I was off. Because me and my friend, we had went to town, and she said, here, I bought some diet pills off Amazon. You want to try one? Sure.
Why did you take them? I mean, were you?
No, she just, hey, I bought these diet pills off Amazon. And like I said, I don't even know if that was the reason that it tested positive. I don't even know how. I mean, that was the only thing that I can think of that I took that was not in my normal, you know, maybe a heartburn medicine here or there. Or that's all over the counter, a Tylenol or a Motrin.
Currently don't take any medication, you said.
No, ma'am. I take a vitamin that is because my papa had dementia and it's for brain health.
If, you were drug tested today.
I wouldn't have anything. And I have that bottle of the vitamins in the car.
After you tested positive, were you in touch with your friend again that gave you the diet pills?
She had yeah, and I told her, I said, don't take any more of those because I mean, I don't know if that's what caused it, but she was out of town and she was working. She worked construction.
Ask her maybe what its name was, what was it?
She bought it off Amazon. That's all she could tell me. She couldn't remember either.
I just have a couple. So I guess take the medication or take the supplement or whatever off the table.
Okay.
So I think, and it said initially on the termination, it's because you were out of care, not taking care of patients for 2 hours. I mean, that's abandonment. And so, and they said they called you and texted you and didn't get a response. So you said you've argued that, but there are several people that attest to that. So I guess my question is, what responsibility do you hold for leaving your patients and leaving your colleagues for 2 hours, other than you were exhausted, which I assume you weren't the only one? I mean, is this something that happened to other colleagues? They would go to their car and sleep for 2 hours?
No.
Okay, so that's where my struggle is.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Like I argued the fact that I wasn't gone for 2 hours because she told me to go to lunch at like 1 or 2, she says in her statement, but it was way after that before I ever got to go because I wasn't finished. I mean, there was more things that were coming in and I was like, okay, well, hold on, let me do this and, you
Is
know,
it possible you fell asleep in your car and they tried to text you and you were so exhausted and asleep that you could not answer?
my phone was on silent.
Okay,
Sure.
okay. So what are you doing what are you doing to prevent being so exhausted at work that you are not making sound judgments?
I don't work there anymore. And like I said, I haven't had that problem since. This was all during that COVID time and I mean, I don't have that problem now.
How many hours a week do you work as a nurse now on average?
Sometimes 40, 45, sometimes 35, you know. Like I said, right now I'm doing an in-home pediatric care. So the grandmother actually has custody of the 1-year-old. And when she has to work, I come into work. So I can sit with him while she works.
And so how you've said some comments about your luck and those kinds of things. So what are you doing to help manage your stress?
Well, I got myself out of this. I mean,
Right.
I don't have that stress like I did back then.
Okay.
I mean,
So
just
you,
normal everyday things
Okay.
like stress now. Like I've been stressed over this for a while, but other than that, no, I mean, I just don't have it like I did back then. I mean, this has been 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
I'll ask it this way. So what are your coping strategies?
I mean, I really don't have any coping strategies. Like I said, I'm not under this amount of stress like I was.
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Ms. Wilner, if there's any thing you want to address that was covered during Mr. Walker's cross-examination of you or the board's cross-examination of you, you can do that now. No? All right. We'll conclude the hearing at this time and begin with closing statements if you rest and don't have any witnesses you want to call. Okay. All right, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wilner tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines, after which she took, she claims to be diet pills from a friend. She doesn't dispute she tested positive for those results. Those results were MRO'd by a medical officer. She doesn't dispute the results or dispute the fact that she tested positive. She was charged with being positive for the positive drug screen. She was also charged with obtaining drugs or administering drugs except as legally directed. She didn't have a prescription for either of those. The other thing is she has several statements in here that she was asleep in her car for at least 2 hours from different people. These are all don't meet the standard of care of nursing. And so we would just ask that the board panel consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Wilner. Thank you.
Ms. Wilner, give your closing statement now.
Yes, if you look at the paperwork, yeah. I never intended to put my patients in any harm or jeopardize anything. Like I said, I have wanted to be a nurse since I was little. COVID was a weird time for everybody. It was overwhelming. It was very overwhelming as an ER nurse. My grandmother, like I said, she did pass away with COVID, but I wouldn't even go see her because I was so worried that I might give it to her. If I gave it to her and caused her to die, then my family would not forgive me, is the way I thought of it. So the last time that everybody else got to see her, I did not because of that. I literally went home and I stayed home besides the normal, go to the grocery store or go, like I said, me and my friend, we went to the dollar store and we went and picked up some groceries that day. I just ask that you would just forgive me for making a bad judgment call that day. Because I would never do anything to hurt my patients. And I apologize for not doing what I was just not thinking. That's all.
Hearing in case number 2022 one involving the licensee, Ms. Leanna Wilner, license number R-8787003. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on it.
Motion.
Is there a second? I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case. All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. back on the record, and I will announce the board's decision in case number 2022-0111.
involving the licensee, Ms. Leanna Wilner. The board finds the licensee guilty of all three charges. The penalty imposed is a restricted license for 12 months. Some of the restrictions, formal reprimand, fine, single state license, conference with the compliance officer, quarterly reports, employee reports, chemical dependency evaluation, and 4 courses: critical thinking, everyday ethics, upholding the standard, professional accountability, and burnout impact on nursing and quality care. And I think that's about it. The order will be provided to you in a written form within 45 days or less. Again, as part of that order, you must conference with the compliance officer here at the board. So when you get your order, if you have any questions about the requirements and restrictions under that order, then please let her know. Do you have any questions for me?
Will she contact me or I need to contact her after I receive the
Yeah, once you receive the order, as part of your requirements, you're required to meet with her prior to even being issued that restricted license. Meet with the board's compliance officer.
today?
No, when you receive the order.
Okay.
Okay. And yeah, I think, yeah. So yeah, you definitely should do that. I mean, you're gonna have to do that as part of the order because it's one of the required requirements under the order that you meet with the board's compliance officer. And it'll be, like I said, once you receive the order, everything will be spelled out in it. And if you have any questions about the terms and requirements, be sure to ask her. Any other questions for me? That's it? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Right,
All right, we'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2025-0029 involving the licensee, Ms. Tiffany Bennett, license number R-907146, petition for restoration. All right, good afternoon. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board that are serving on the hearing panel for this case to state your names for the record.
Mary Stewart. Janie Clanton.
Jeremy Cummins.
So I understand Ms. Culpepper is the alternate for this matter. And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Tiffany Bennett, present?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Bennett, are you represented by an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, I ask your attorney to state his name for the record.
Doug Mercier representing Tiffany Bennett.
All right, are there any individuals today that will give testimony? If you're going to testify, please state your name for the record so the court reporter can swear you in.
Tiffany Bennett.
And Mr. Walker, any witnesses from you?
No, Your Honor.
Right.
I believe they have some more.
Oh, more witnesses? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Elizabeth Arnder.
Elizabeth Arnder. Can you spell your last name, please?
ARINDER.
Okay. Any other witnesses? That's it? All right. So now the court reporter will swear you both in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be true and nothing but the truth of the matter?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yeah, Your Honor, we, we have B1 through B7, and I believe, on behalf of Ms. Bennett, we have, P1.
All right, Mr. Messier, any objection to the admission of B1 through B7 into the record for today's hearing?
No objections.
And Mr. Walker, any objection to the admission of P1 into the record for today's hearing?
No, Your Honor.
All right, exhibits B1 through B7 are admitted into the record for today's hearing, along with exhibit P1. All right, we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. If the parties are ready to begin, Mr. Mercier, you can begin now with your opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Ms. Bennett is here seeking to have her license restored. The circumstances I'll touch on briefly. I'm sure the board members will have some questions that they want to ask. There's not a copy of the complaint among the exhibits that are entered. I see the final order is entered, which is B6. Just the short version, Miss Bennett worked at a hospital, and there was it was a shift in which there was an allegation that care was not properly given to a patient during that shift. Miss Bennett was charged. That happened in 2018. Miss Bennett was subsequently charged, and I think it was in 2024, 23 or 24. She did not receive notification of the complaint by mail. It was published, and a hearing did go forward. She was not present at the hearing, and as a consequence, her license was revoked. She was not aware of the revocation until later. Her employer said, your license has been revoked. And so she discontinued practicing as a nurse at that time. It has been over a year since her license was revoked. It was on, pardon me, to get to the document. January the 2nd, 2024. Sorry, that was the date of the revocation. There is an exhibit in here, which is B7, which I saw for the first time, I believe, today. And it references an Ohio Board of Nursing of Opportunity for Hearing dated May 23rd, 2024. It's my understanding that Ms. Bennett did not renew her license in Ohio after it was originally provided to her in 2016. It was due for renewal in 2018, but she moved here and was practicing here. So she's never renewed her Ohio license. But for some reason, they picked up the discipline from Mississippi, and in May, they've sent her a letter saying, hey, we received this on you, although she doesn't have an active license in the state of Ohio. And I just want to offer that by way of explanation. Ms. Love, I apologize. Are we giving an opening, or am I already into presentation?
You're giving your opening now.
Okay. Ms. Bennett will tell you that there are charges against her for which she admits that she's guilty, even though she was not here for the hearing. There are some in there that
she's not guilty of. The records are incomplete, we know now, but didn't know at the time. But neither here nor there. She was found guilty. Her license was revoked. It's been over a year. She has practiced since the date of that incident with Miss Arender, who you will hear from, who can attest to her practice skills and the manner of practice since that date in 2018. She has taken it upon herself to try to further educate herself to become a better nurse, although it's not a requirement of the final order. And she feels like she has been without her nursing license for a year. She's repented for what was done, and she's done everything in her power to try to be a better nurse and to come before you humbly and request her nursing license to be restored.
Thank you. Mr. Walker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bennett's here today asking for her license to be restored, which means she carries the burden to prove why that should be the case. And we would just ask, and she lost her license, as Mr. Mercier stated, in January of 2024. We would just ask the board consider, when determining whether deciding whether to restore a license, how long it's been since she practiced nursing. The circumstances led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, her compliance with the restoration requirements, and lastly, if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mercier, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. I call Tiffany Bennett to testify. Ms. Bennett, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Tiffany C. Bennett. My current address is 10525 Shore Cove, Biloxi, Mississippi, 39532.
Ms. Bennett, if you would tell the board give the board the benefit of your education and how long you've been practicing as a nurse.
I completed nursing school in 2015, in August of 2015 in Akron, Ohio at Bryant and Stratton College. And I obtained my nursing license in June of 2016, and I've been practicing as a nurse since then.
When you received your nursing license in 2016, where was that? Which state?
That was in Ohio.
And how long did you practice in Ohio?
I moved out of Ohio in July of 2017, so a year and a half. Oh, just a little over a year.
In Ohio, where did you practice?
I worked at two different hospitals. One was Suma Rehab Hospital in Akron, Ohio, and the other one was Western Reserve in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio.
In July of 2017, you said you moved. Where did you move to?
I moved to Biloxi, Mississippi.
Did you find employment there as a nurse?
I did at Merritt Hospital in Biloxi.
How long did you work at Merritt?
From July of 2017 until April of 2018.
Did you work anywhere else other than that hospital during that time period?
During that time period, I did not.
Okay. Subsequent to April of 2018, where did you work?
After 2018, I worked at Memorial Hospital in Gulfport from 2018 until 2023.
Until when, I'm sorry?
It was March of 2023.
Were you working at any other hospitals or any other facilities during that time period?
Yes, I worked at Ocean Springs Hospital in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I started there in October of 2021 and I resigned or got terminated when all of this happened, when I found out about my license being revoked.
So that would have been to 2024?
Correct.
So Memorial Hospital, you worked there until 2023?
Correct.
And then in 2024, you were terminated by, what was the name of that hospital, excuse me?
Ocean Springs Hospital.
Ocean Springs Hospital. And tell me about the circumstances of that termination, please.
A friend of mine had sent me a picture of the nursing board, the journal that it gets sent out by the Board of Nursing every 3 months. She had sent me a picture and said, "Hey, is this you?" And it said Tiffany Bennett, license revoked. And I was unaware of that happening.
So what happened?
I went into my nursing manager's office and explained to her the situation, and we terminated my employment that day.
Is that the last day you worked as a nurse?
Correct.
All right. During the time period when you were in Ohio from 2016 until you moved here in July of 2017, did you ever receive any sort of disciplinary action by the Ohio Board of Nursing?
No, I have never received any disciplinary actions against or at work.
Well, this is about the
yeah,
Ohio Board.
Never.
All right, now, so the question as to the hospital or at your place of employment in Ohio, were you ever written up about anything?
No, it was never written up.
Now, when was that nursing license in Ohio, your Ohio license, up for renewal?
In December of 2018.
Did you renew it?
I did not.
Have you ever attempted to renew it since December of 2018?
I have not.
You applied for a nursing license in Mississippi in 2017 or 2018?
2017, when I moved here.
At any time during your employment in Mississippi, have you been written up by any hospital or other medical facility?
No, sir. Just the termination from Merritt Hospital.
As a result?
It was, yeah, as a result. I was just terminated. I wasn't given any warning.
That was when they discovered that your license was revoked.
No.
Okay.
That was from Merritt Hospital in 2018. When this incident happened, my license, and then I terminated my employment with Ocean Springs in 2024. But I had not had any disciplinary actions against me.
I'm not sure, just making sure that I'm clear and I haven't confused the board members. You've never received any disciplinary action from the Mississippi board before this matter during the day. Well, excuse me, the matter for which you're seeking restoration.
Correct.
Right. But as far as the hospitals or medical facilities, other than the termination for the revocation that occurred on your license, have you been disciplined or written up by any hospital facility?
No.
Exhibit Exhibit D6 is the final order that revoked your license. Here's a copy of it right here. When is the first time that you saw this final order that?
First time I seen this was after May or June of 2024.
That was after your employment in Ocean Springs was terminated.
Correct.
So prior to that time, you'd never seen this final order. Right.
No, sir.
The address that's listed up there for this final order says 1016 Rocky Brook Drive, Apartment A, Akron, Ohio. Is that where you lived when you were in Ohio?
Yes, sir. That was my last residence in Ohio.
To the findings of fact from the board panel there. You were working as an RN at Merritt Hospital in Biloxi. On February the 1st, 2018, there was a complaint that was received by the director of the medical surgical unit that some nurse technicians had made a complaint about lack of care provided to a patient that was assigned to you. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Can you tell the board panel in your own words what happened that shift? First of all, what shift were you working?
I worked the previous night shift from 7 PM to 7 AM, so it would have been January 31st.
And what floor were you working?
It was a medical telemetry floor.
Can you tell the board panel in your own words, what happened and apparently led to this board bringing charges against you?
So the night of January 31st, I was assigned a 6-patient load, and one patient had came out of the ICU the previous shift, so the day shift prior to, or the day shift on January 31st. When I came on shift, the patient's blood pressure was about 220 over 120. I had called the provider and notified him and let him know that the patient's blood pressure was high. So he said, go ahead and administer the nighttime blood pressure medications. I don't recall what they were exactly. So I went ahead and administered the medications. When I went and checked on him again, the patient had been passing bloody stool. I had called the provider again. I said, hey, this patient's passing bloody stool. Can I get an H&H and a C. diff on him? They're Hemocolt, make sure he don't have C. diff, and they let me do that. The blood result from the H&H was just slightly lower than it was on day shift, and the Hemocolt did come back positive. I did notify the doctor of that, and also at that time I notified him that he was actually a physician assistant. I notified him that he was having abdominal pain, and he said, administer Norco. I did that. And then the H&H from the morning labs, so 3 AM labs, came back around 6:30 in the morning, maybe even closer to 7, and the hemoglobin had significantly dropped. I had attempted to call the provider that was on call. He did not answer, and we left a message. And then I passed report on to the following shift.
Now, continuing in that paragraph 9 of B6, it says that the patient's, it says that, I'm sorry. It says 3 nurse technicians that worked the previous night shift basically were reporting lack of care provided to this patient you're talking about was assigned to you. And then it goes on to say that the patient's health deteriorated throughout the night. And then it goes on to say that it was reported that you did not respond to the patient's call light or request for assistance and did not go into the room to properly assess the patient. Now, in reading this, can you explain to the board panel who was responsible for doing what with regard to answering the call light and providing different types of patient care to the patient at this hospital?
So the technician would answer the call light, and if the patient would say, hey, I need to go to the restroom, the technician will go down and help the patient to the restroom, or if somebody else was available, but typically it would be the technician. And then if the patient would call and say, hey, I'm having abdominal pain, then I would go down and assess the patient and follow the proper chains of command to help the patient. If he had a PRN order to give him a medication for pain, then I would follow that PRN order.
The next sentence says the patient was reported to have difficulty breathing at shift report and respondent took no action. Can you explain to the board panel what happened when you took report at the shift and what actions you took, if any?
So this seems like it would be at the beginning of the shift, and I did go in and assess the patient and reported my findings to the physician. In this case, my findings at that time was his blood pressure was elevated,
You said reported to the physician.
or the physician assistant that was on call for that shift.
And then it says that no documentation was found to show that respondent escalated the patient let me say, show that respondent escalated the patient's decline in medical status to a physician in order to prevent further decline. Now, you just mentioned that you reported the assessment findings to a PA,
Correct,
but you didn't report it to a physician.
correct. The PA was on call for that night.
All right. And it says respondent contacted the nurse practitioner only once despite the patient's decline in health, and the patient expired the following day. Did you contact the PA or nurse practitioner more than once?
I did. I contacted him at least 3 times during my shift.
Now, you've had a chance to review the medical records, even though you weren't here. You reviewed them in my office.
Yes, sir.
What can you tell this panel about those medical records?
The medical records that I reviewed was missing the MAR. It was missing physician orders. It was missing any vital signs that were taken, and it was missing any lab results that was taken from that day.
And what, as far as the documentation, this statement says that the documentation was not there, was not found. Did you indeed make some documentation or some either before or after?
When I reviewed the chart myself, I did see where I only documented one time that I had contacted the physician that night, or the PA that was on call. But within the next shift I worked, I did go and make an addendum to the patient's chart stating that I did contact the physician in the times I contacted him, but that was also not in the records.
Are you allowed to make such an addendum?
Yes.
What permits you to do that?
You have to go to a certain computer in the hospital and make it the amendments to the chart.
What I mean is it
Oh.
permitted by the hospital protocols?
Yes.
Okay. But you admit to this board panel that you didn't properly document things before that addendum.
Correct.
Now, you heard me mention in opening that you have received a letter from the Ohio Board of Nursing, which is Exhibit B7. If I understand your testimony correctly, you have not renewed your license in Ohio since 2018.
I have never renewed my license in Ohio. I got my license in June of 2016, and by the time it was time to renew my license, I had already moved to Mississippi.
And if I'm reading B7 correctly, it says the basis of their letter to you is the January 2nd, 2024 final order of this board.
Correct.
What steps have you taken with the Ohio Board of Nursing with regard to this notice of opportunity for hearing?
I have not pursued anything through the Ohio Board of Nursing because I wanted to clear the stuff up with the Mississippi Board of Nursing first.
In order to comply with the statute and regulations for restoration, you have completed and submitted an application for restoration of a nursing license. I'd like you to look at what is Exhibit P1 and just testify to the board if that's what you indeed completed and submitted.
Yes, this is everything I've completed and submitted.
All right. Let's go through this briefly. The information on the first page is the general information. Everything there is true and correct.
Correct.
All right. Now, the general questions 1 through 10 what you're in part B, how many of those did you answer yes to?
I did not answer yes to any of those questions.
All right. All of those are no, and is that true and correct as of this day?
Yes.
Okay. Part C, licensure status. This, you mentioned the Ohio license. And if you would, I can't read this very well, it's kind of light, but it says, are you licensed or have you ever been licensed in any other state or country? You said yes, and you listed Ohio, and you said the date the license was issued was June of 2016?
Correct.
And you say you did not renew when
When I moved to Mississippi.
All right. And I think you said in Ohio, your licenses are required to be renewed every 2 years.
Correct.
In part D is a continuing education section. And it says list any continuing education credits you earned since the revocation, surrender, suspension, denial of your license. Submit proof of each item listed. If additional space is required, that's a separate list. Would you read this or just inform the board what courses, seminars are listed here?
Legal issues for nursing and nursing documentation, which was 6 credit hours.
When did you do that?
In November 30th of 2024 is when I completed it.
All right.
Mental health concerns and the older adult on December 1st of 2024, which was 6 hours. Disorders of the GI system, which was an 8-hour course, 12/3 of 24. And skin and wound care on 12/2/24, and they were all online courses.
All right. And what proof did you submit for those?
All of the certificates of completion.
Those are at the end of your packet. Okay, so those would be MSBN page number 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47. It seems like we have more.
Yeah, there's more
certificates.
that's not written down on here.
You have more courses you took or something?
Yes.
All right, well, let's go through those. All right, so let's talk about the ones that if you can match them up, the ones we just talked about, let's don't repeat it, but just pull those out and let's let the board know what other ones you've taken that aren't listed here, but for which is attached certificates.
This says building your credibility and team skills, overcoming common obstacles that teams encounter. Men's health. This one's a duplicate. And then tobacco, e-cigarette, and nicotine use among among the youth.
None of those were ordered to be completed by your final order though, were they?
No.
All right, in paragraph 3 of part D, there's a question that says, explain how the educational preparation is relevant to the specific conduct that resulted in the loss of your license. Can you explain how these courses or any of them relate to the conduct that resulted in the revocation of your license?
The one that most related to me and my board of nursing was the documentation one. And I went ahead and took that one because that's what led to me being in this position at this time. Ever since this incident in 2020 or 2018, I have improved my documentation skills. And then also I did the one for the GI system, which was related to what the complication the patient had.
All right, and the next section is Part E, Community Service. Now, there's nothing listed here for community service. When did you say you first learned about the revocation? When was that?
In early April 2024.
All right, so last year. There's really hadn't been time to do any of that, and that's, again, that's not something that's part of your final order. Now, we went through the employment history earlier briefly, but I'm not sure that I see some names here that may be a little different, but let's go through it on the Part F. If you would, take the board through this, beginning with the July 2016 to January 2017.
So my first job was at Summa Rehab Hospital in Akron, Ohio. I worked there as a RN on day shift. It was a physical therapy rehab hospital. And then from there, I went to Western Reserve Hospital and worked on a med tele unit from January of 17 until July of 17 when I decided to relocate to Mississippi. I worked at Merritt Hospital in July of 2017 until May of 2018. I believe that probably should be April of 2018 is when I got terminated.
And that termination was because of the incident
That happened
listed
in
the complaint.
Correct.
Okay.
And then I worked from there at Memorial Hospital in May of 2018 until March of 2023, which I believe is an error on my paperwork that I did submit. It should be March of 2023. And I left there I took a travel nurse assignment, but it was just at Ocean Springs, Mississippi. It was just a travel contract for the hospital. And after my assignment was up, I decided to stay at the hospital and I held a patient care coordinator position there I worked there from October of 2021 until April of 2024, but I was the patient care coordinator from August of 2022 until April 2024.
All right, Part G on page 20 has a section for professional rehabilitation activities. And it says to list any professional practice-related rehabilitation activities which you have undertaken to address the actions which resulted in loss or denial of your license. Submit documentation of each activity listed. Now, you have taken those courses voluntarily.
Correct.
Is there anything else that you've done?
I've taken the courses. It's the only thing practice related I've been able to do since my license has been revoked.
All right, and you have submitted some affidavits as well. And we're not gonna go through everything in the affidavit, but I do want to ask you a little bit about it so the board can know. Let's start with page MSBON 27. Ms. Ashley Johnson, how do you know Ashley Johnson?
Ashley was a case manager at Ocean Springs with me.
So you worked with her?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one you have is Alyssa Moss. Can you tell the board how you know?
I worked with Alyssa Moss at Memorial Hospital for approximately 3 years, but she also worked with me at Ocean Springs Hospital.
Okay, the next one is Mark Wade.
Mark Wade, I worked with him at Ocean Springs Hospital. And I've worked over him as a PCC for about 6 months before he got promoted to a PCC position also.
The next one is Jamie Bates.
Jamie Bates was my patient care manager at Ocean Springs Hospital.
And the next one is Elizabeth Arender.
Yes, I worked with Elizabeth at Memorial Hospital from 2019 until 2023 when I resigned.
And Johanna Martin.
I worked with her at Memorial Hospital.
How long?
I worked with her for about 3 years.
And I think the last one is Kristen Blair, is that right?
Yes, Kristen Blair, I worked with her at Merritt Hospital and Memorial Hospital, and we worked the same unit together when the incident happened.
Y'all were in the same unit.
Yes,
That's the last one I believe.
it is.
So other than the correction you made on I think it was the date, everything else is accurate.
Correct.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Walker?
Just a handful of questions. Mr. Mercier got most of mine. Ms. Bennett, your license was revoked in January of 24, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to get the dates right on when you said you, in here on page 19, I know you just covered this. I'm not trying to go back over this, but it's your work history. You put you worked from October of 2021 to April of 2024 at Ocean Springs Hospital. Is that right?
Correct. Mhm.
But you said you found out, so what happened then? Why'd you stop working there?
Because I found out that that my license had been revoked.
Okay, and then, but you said the first time you saw the order was I wrote it down somewhere.
It was about June of 2024.
And how did you get that order?
I had contacted Mr. Mercier, and he was able to retrieve that order from the Board of Nursing.
Back then, when your hearing went forward, you've been in Mississippi, I believe it says it's 2017.
Mhm.
You went to Biloxi and you renewed every year, but you haven't, looks like your address, it was sent to the Ohio, Akron. Okay, so you know it's your duty to update your address, correct?
I know that now.
So you didn't see it because we sent it to Ohio.
Right. I thought when I renewed my license through Mississippi that it automatically updated everywhere it needed to be. I found out in April that it did not update where it needed to be.
So what was the last day you worked was April of 2024?
Correct.
What have you done since then?
I have been a server at Olive Garden since April, and then I also picked up a second job as a server at a new restaurant that opened in my town called Flatheads and Bottom Feeders. Also, I have done Uber and Lyft and some like shopping deliveries.
On page 18, I think it was where you put this, I was looking at what you had filled out. Give me 1 second. Yeah, you said, in number 3 on page 18, the main reason, essentially said the main reason for the cause of all this was documentation, right?
Correct.
And you kind of alluded that to before. And I think in your order, it states something about you didn't document it, that you had elevated it. There was no documentation. So do you think you could have handled that better?
Absolutely.
Because I mean, in nursing, if it's not documented, it didn't
I
happen.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So absolutely, I could have handled that a whole lot better now looking back.
And I understand you said there was an addendum, but if it was a situation that appeared to be where it was deteriorating the patient, does it help if there's an addendum later in documentation?
It can. I mean, it just depends on the situation.
But your testimony is that you didn't document it like you should have.
Correct. The shift that I worked, I did not document like I should have.
And you understand that you need to update your address?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the panel should give you your license back?
I believe that wholeheartedly that I should have my license restored because I have never had, other than this one instance, I've not had any disciplinary actions. I have been in the charge nurse role at Memorial Hospital. I have been in an assistant management role at Ocean Springs Hospital. I believe I have proven myself over the years of my hard work and being able to step up in leadership that I have proven that that I'm able to care for other people.
And the last thing I'll ask you is if you were sitting on a panel, and you were hearing your case, what would be your biggest concern?
Documentation and not getting the patient the care that he needed.
I have no further questions, Jenna.
Any questions from the board for Ms. Bennett?
Ms. Bennett, I just got one quick question. It's on page 16 of your renewal application. I think it's your testimony that you had marked no on all the questions, where in fact, number 4, 5, 7, and 9 probably should have been marked yes. Is that correct? See that you signed this dated December the 13th, 2024 is complete and correct. Was that an error on your part?
He said 4, 5.
Number 4, 5, 7, and 9.
I think when I was answering these, it was in the case of what brought all of this to the Board of Nursing. So from 2017 or 2018.
But you understand this is a application for restoration of your license. The question number 4 is any licensing authority suspended, revoked, or restricted your license? I would think that would be clearly a yes.
I think what I was answering these, yes, now that I reread that, that would be a yes for Mississippi, but I was thinking for other states.
And my last question would be, and I think our legal counsel's already asked this question, but you now understand how to go onto the portal, update your address. You understand that even if you move from one side of the street to the other, it has to be updated.
Yes, sir.
Other questions?
Great. Any other questions from any other board members?
I just have a quick question. So, Ms. Bennett, just to clarify, the last thing you said, I think, to Mr. Walker was, what would you do differently? And you said documentation, and then you said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I may not have gotten this, but you said something about not getting the patient the care he needed. Like you would have basically documented and the things you would do differently or errors that you had made.
Yeah.
Is that
So
a fair statement?
other patients that I've had with a GI bleed, I don't feel like I had the support I needed at Merritt Hospital when I worked there. That night I worked, I asked my charge nurse, hey, what do I need to do? Like, he's declining, what do I need to do? And she said, well, let the doctor know. So I would let the doctor know, and the doctor didn't seem to want to escalate his care anymore. So, but other cases I've had with patients with the GI bleeds, I have made sure they've gotten the care that they absolutely needed. So this gentleman made me learn what exactly I needed to do and what I could have done differently in the future.
Okay, so just to be clear, it was a physician's assistant, a PA, a mid-level provider you were talking to, correct? So, and in your role as a charge nurse or PCC, your supervisory roles, how would you direct a nurse in the same situation who was getting that kind of response from a PA or an NP saying, you know, it's okay, just get an H&H?
When we've had this case happen, I've had the tools I've needed to either get my direct supervisor involved or my manager involved, or cases at other hospitals, I've been able to call a rapid response. At Merritt Hospital, I didn't feel like I had those tools to. I asked my charge nurse, what do I need to do? And she didn't have an answer for me. And I asked like other nurses and they're like, well, just call the doctor. I don't feel like I had the tools I needed to be able to call a rapid response or maybe even an ICU nurse to come up and help. Now that I look back, I could have probably called an ICU nurse, but that I didn't know that at that time because I was still a newer nurse. I'd not ever had a patient with a GI bleed up until that point.
So do you think that your inability or whatever the cause for not getting that patient the care he needed resulted in his demise?
I'm not sure that that was the final cause of his demise. I'm sure it didn't help, but I don't think that was the final cause.
Okay, thank you.
Bennett, you said that the final order, I read where the final order came down on here, page 24, that was issued on the second day of January, but you were still working as a nurse in April of that same year, so you were working for a little over 3 months with no license.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't know if we had some dates mixed up.
Correct dates because I was not aware of, I didn't get a notice that my license was revoked. And the only way I knew was because it was published in the Board of Nursing Journal and an old coworker of mine had sent a picture of it to me. So at that point, I researched it and found out that I was indeed revoked.
All right, any additional questions? All right, Ms. Mercier, any redirect following the line of questioning from Mr. Walker?
Just a couple. Ms. Bennett, you were asked some questions by Dr. Stewart about the ultimate demise of this patient. Have you ever received any notice of a lawsuit against you or the hospital
No,
as
sir.
a result of that?
I have not.
Has anyone from the hospital ever told you that what you did resulted in that person's demise?
No.
The witness at this time?
I'm sorry.
Tender the witness at this time?
Yes, yes,
We'll call your next witness.
yes. Call Mrs. Elizabeth Arender. State your full name for the record.
Elizabeth Gale Arender,
And where do you reside?
541 Thelma Andrews Road, Wiggins, Mississippi.
What is your occupation?
Medical assistant.
How long have you known Tiffany Bennett and how do you know her?
I started work at Memorial 2019, June 2019. She was often my lead nurse during the time working with her. Training, coaching. I did not like her to begin with. I thought she was a little bossy. But she stepped on my toes quite a few times and I got my feelings hurt, but it made me a better person and it made me react better. I learned a lot and that's when I realized she was coaching me. We had an amazing crew. We worked well together. She's turned into my best friend. I've watched her be an advocate for patients, for their families. I've watched as she's called codes, done those together. I've listened as she's had to get house supervisors involved on actions to get more support and more help. And that had to escalate after having to get our floor manager involved as well. So they coordinated efforts.
How many years have you worked with Ms. Bennett?
I worked with her until she left us, unfortunately, and went to
You said
Singing River
when she
Hospital.
left us, what date was that? Roughly, month.
Well, she went PRN 2022.
Okay.
I think
So
she went PRN.
you're saying from 2019, you worked with
Yes.
her 2019, which was after the date of the incident for which she was revoked. The incident was in 2018. So
Yes, sir.
you began working with her after that date, 2019, up until what date? 2020, sometime in 2022.
Sometime in 2022,
Okay.
yes.
And you just informed the board of your experience with her. What do you think about her? Do you have any sort of a comment on her documentation? Have you witnessed anything pertaining to her documentation?
Yes. She would tell us even as MSTs, we had to document everything we did, otherwise it doesn't exist.
Do you consider her to be a safe nurse?
Yes, I do.
Would you let her take care of your family?
Yes, I would.
Enter the witness.
Wait, Mr. Walker? Cross-examination?
Just, you ask it again. You said you worked with her for about 3 years?
Yeah.
I'm sure you have loved ones,
Yes.
but would you have any concerns based off, because the order that revoked her license was initially based on an incident where the care wasn't there, essentially, right? So you would be okay with her caring for any of your loved ones?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Arender?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Arender. Any questions from the board for Ms. Arender? No? All right, do you tend to the witness at this time?
Yes.
Do you have any other witnesses you want to call?
No more witnesses.
Anybody?
Yes. Respond, let me check the petitioner arrest.
Great, any, thing from you, Mr. Walker?
I'm sorry.
I'm saying the petition has closed. Is there any, thing you want to present?
Oh, state rest.
We can proceed now with closing statements.
I'll make it brief because I think y'all heard most everything. This incident occurred in 2015. She had been a nurse since July of 2016. She was a young nurse. She continued to practice for many years up until 2024 without any incident. She had no prior incidents reported, no discipline from this board prior to that. You've heard from a coworker, her affidavits are from coworkers, and she appears to be a person that is safe and deserving of restoration of her license. And that's what she asked for in this board.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Yes, I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Bennett's here today asking the board to restore her license, and therefore she carries that burden. Again, I was just going to remind you the factors we would like for you to consider, and that's how long it's been since she practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, any conduct since losing her license, her compliance with all the restoration requirements, and lastly, if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2025-0029 involving the licensee, Ms. Tiffany Bennett. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to become.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? And now I will entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is in executive session and will return with its decision on this matter. Back on the record.
All right, we are back on the record and I will announce the board's decision in case number 2025-0029 involving the licensee, Ms. Tiffany Bennett, license number R-907-140 to grant the petition with stipulations. Some of the stipulations include payment of a $500 fine, 2 educational courses, documentation for nurses, the 17-hour course, and upholding the standard, professional accountability. Other stipulations include, now those are required prior to issuance of the restricted license. And then the restrictions are single state, present and future employer notification, employee reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision, and notification if you were to enroll in school during the duration of the order. Provide the school a copy with a copy of this order. And these restrictions are in place for 24 months after issuance of that restricted license. Oh, yes, and this vote, I will announce, because it was not unanimous, I'll announce that it was 2 members of the panel in favor and 1 against granting the petition. Any questions for me? All right, this concludes the announcement of the board's decision in case number 2025-0029. And also concludes the hearings for today. Thank you all for your service.
Voice went out.